Hello and welcome back to the Everwind Chronicles, episode 114, I think. Yeah. I'm Doug, your dungeon master. We are a group of friends and maybe we might be a group of friends and storytellers, telling you a story through Dungeons and Dragons. So, where the party last left off, they had joined a rebellion in Lyrandil. Highly oppressed country there, and had been sent on a mission to find out why the rebellion's weapon supplies had stopped and the supplier stopped communicating. So they were sent to the distant desert country of Al Raqqa, specifically to the city of Tiratha, which is Asura's hometown. A sort of tiefling, mostly tiefling inhabited city in the middle of the desert. They fought their way south, made deals, and overcame a bunch of treacherous obstacles to finally reach there after a brief stint traveling with an individual who turned out to be the Prince of Al Raqqa in disguise. They entered Tiratha and parted ways with the prince and began their mission, so to speak. They contacted a man named Salvanos, who they were directed to, who gave them a bit of information about the happenings in Tiratha and information about the supplier that they need to figure out what to do with, a woman named Hethra. This weapons dealer is brutal and merciless but pragmatic, and Salvanos speculated to the group that they could go a couple different ways about this. They could try approaching her directly. They could try a more friendly, kind of charming route, utilizing a man the group is assuming to be a slave of a fanciful sort, to charm her and beguile her into doing what they want. Another option would be to disrupt her operations entirely. They also found out about a sort of liberation movement happening in Tiratha that's had an unusual amount of success, since most slave rebellions historically have been put down within a matter of days, as Tiratha rarely unites about anything, but mostly unites about that. And so the fact that this has lasted several months is quite a feat. And so Asura and the group discuss their options and decide to send an envoy of sorts to try and make contact with this liberation front to see if there are any opportunities there for whatever they're wanting to accomplish with that group. And so, known as the Circle Breakers. So Seric and Asura head into the sort of outer first layer of this 9-tiered city. And they head into this first layer, which is also known as Nowhere, a place without walls that is a just massive construct of absolute unbelievable poverty and just metal and wood and cloth and whatever can be possibly found to make any sort of shelter whatsoever from the sun or anything else. This kind of large, almost a single building construct stretching around the outer walls of the city is like a very narrow maze of extremely impoverished and dangerous people. But Asura, this is her home turf and how she grew up. And so she, with Seric invisible behind her, makes her way through the dark alleyways of this endless maze and finds a group of children known as Budacha, these sort of nothing and no one, forgotten orphans that are common in this place. And have a brief, tense conversation with them, managing to persuade them of someone who might be able to help. And so they start heading to that location where, as they reach this location, they see in this sort of little open area with these tattered awnings and not tents, but like coverings that looks like a very, very poor version of a market of sorts. They see a confrontation beginning to unfold as they see a tiefling, a young tiefling woman who is in the midst of confronting several other, about 5 other tieflings kind of surrounding her and approaching her. As she seems to be guarding 2 young children in just wearing rags and tatters. And they at one point call her Breaker Scum, assumingly indicating that she is one of these circle breakers. And so as they watch from the shadows, we're going to pick things up here. But first, just to... There we go. First, we're going to take a pause. While this is happening, while Seric and Asura are doing their thing, what are the rest of you guys doing?
Oh, I feel like we're back in our inn. Aren't we like in like a pub inn or something?
We're in the inn, hotel, bar.
The Sandy
Yeah.
Boot.
Sandy Boot. Sandy Boot.
Are we on
Indeed.
5? 4.
4.
Oh, 4, yeah.
4. We haven't gone anywhere. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. I got back to, well, after they left, I've been writing, and then I walk over to Zenoa. Can you send another message to Aziri for me? Mm-hmm. Perfect. I think hopefully this will explain how it works a little better.
Okay. Do you want me to say the Dear Aziri part?
Yeah.
Okay.
As long as you counted the characters, I guess it's alright.
Just checking.
She needs to know who it's addressed to.
It fits within the tweet, okay?
This is the tweet.
Outcast sending
Okay.
to Lave. Dear Aziri, I should probably explain that I'm using Zenoa's message to communicate, and we can only speak in 25 words at a time. Bear.
Best use of a level 3 spell.
Yep.
I do what I can.
She doesn't know how it works. She always talks way too long.
No, I think that'll clear it up.
Okay, good. I thought. I mean, I'm not used to a message spell either. Maybe she's just not used to it. But thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, so after a moment, you hear in your head, oh, hi! How are... understand? How you...
Oh, God.
I'm good. Traveling. Interesting. You? Wait, that was probably not enough. I have some left, I think. Oh, well, probably not any... It's like she's talking to herself. Like,
She is amazing.
Counting words.
Interesting.
I think she understands. I got a message back.
You did.
I think it was her just kind of figuring it out as she was going. So
Right.
She did say she was traveling.
Oh, okay.
She said the word interesting. I don't know if that's in regards to the travels or your message.
Wait, just interesting? What was the sentence? Do you remember?
She wasn't really speaking in sentences. I think she got a little panicked.
Oh.
with the 25 words.
Oh.
But hey, but at least she knows.
Yeah, no,
So
thank
she
you.
could
Yep, yep.
work on being a little
Yeah.
more concise.
Okay. How many times can you do it? I don't want to like take advantage of your spells.
I'll send them okay if you want to send one more.
One more?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back.
I want to do something.
Okay. Yep.
Catch me in like 10 minutes. And in the 10 minutes, well, I'll probably gather you guys, whoever's not doing anything. Hey, so I was gonna try to check up on the eyeball situation.
Can you scry on an item?
Not on an item,
Huh.
but I am a cleric, and I can talk to my deity about it. So
Interesting.
maybe I could ask her for some insight.
Sure.
So, if you have any, it's just a very concise sort of situation. I'll get a few questions. If you have any input on what you would like me to ask, feel free. But I was mostly just gonna ask. I know I reached out to the Hurricane Sisters, well, at least Fyra. She said she didn't know anything about it.
So, half of paying attention. You can ask your deity questions.
Yeah.
How does she answer you? Is it more like feelings? Like, are these yes or no questions, or can she give?
I don't know. I've never done it before. I've talked to her before, and sometimes, I'll feel... It is kind of like a feeling, but, I mean, as far as the spell is concerned, I'm hoping the answers will be a little more tangible. That makes sense.
Because we could ask who has the eyeball, but
I don't think it works like that. I think it's sort of a yes.
it's
or
either
no.
that or that's why I ask. 'Cause if it's yes or no, then we'd have to ask: does someone with ill intentions
That's
have
what I
the
thought.
eyeball?
Yeah.
See, that's wise. Yeah.
I was-
Not as specific. It's more vague. Yeah.
Well, I thought I could at least
So, are you talking about augury?
commune.
Oh, okay.
Should we ask if the eyeball is in possession of a sailor?
Well, I mean, I
If
was
a
going to ask
sailor
if
is
it
in
was,
possession of the eyeball,
if it was
Yeah.
currently in the possession of...
Oh yeah,
Probably had
that
it right
makes
the
more
first
sense.
time. Probably had it right the first time, actually.
Sorry, what?
No. I mean, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
The eyeball.
That's
Dark
what
fire eyeball.
that's what you're
dark
asking.
fire eyeball.
I'll be
yes, be
specific.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Indeed. Yeah.
I mean,
Should we start
I
that
don't-
general is what I'm saying, or can we take some assumptions?
I feel like we're playing 20 questions and we have 3.
Indeed. Yeah.
maybe we just start with... I mean, I don't think... She's not the hag, so I don't think she's going to screw us over if we...
Right. Oh, that's good to know.
Indeed. Yeah.
But maybe we could ask if it's currently in the possession of a crew member of the ship. What's the name of the ship?
Oh man. He said know it.
I did too.
I don't think I wrote down the name of that.
Oh.
I know this is really annoying. I used to know it.
I can say the Hurricane Sister ship.
Suffering something. I thought it was like an ING kind of situation.
Something darling.
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 Darling delight. Darling. Dang it. Anyway.
It's a eyeball around water. Be as big as you could be. You're in water. Yeah. I don't know. It's a tough one.
Sorry. What is your first question you want to ask her?
If someone on the ship has it.
Shivering darling.
That sounds right.
Right?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay, is the eyeball on the vessel known as Shivering Darling?
I think so. That sounds right.
The second.
The second. It is.
Well, I more specifically want to know if it's in someone's possession. It could just be laying around, I guess. I don't know, but I want to know if somebody's hanging on to it.
Indeed, yeah.
Should we ask her if someone like stole it, or if like if there was an accident?
Or if they have
But-
knowledge
Right.
regarding what this dark flame is.
Yeah.
But
And
if
if
you know
so-
it's on the ship or not, that will eliminate Fyra and her crew. Because if it's not on her ship, then it wasn't them.
Right.
So,
Or
unless they sold
it's-
it.
or the crew member got off at port
Mm-hmm.
and took it with them.
Possibly,
It
yeah.
hasn't been that long. I don't know if they're back yet.
True. Well, it's been a few weeks or like
A few days.
we've been traveling the desert for a while.
Probably, yeah, we've been trading this week.
Yeah. Indeed, yeah. They probably made it to port by now. Airport.
I mean,
You know what? I could just wing it.
yeah, it's your god and your questions.
We don't know what she's gonna say.
You might
Indeed,
change.
yeah.
You might change your questions after the first one.
Yeah,
So
we trust.
we trust you.
Yeah, we trust you in this.
By the way, I really do like your haircut.
Really?
Yeah, looks nice.
Thanks.
Oh.
Okay. I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna sit down. Let's see what I need. I'm gonna get my incense out and kind of let's see. Answer yes or no. And pour my holy water out in like a half moon shape in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That was nice. Hi. Don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just gonna get into it so I don't accidentally mess this up. That dark fire eyeball that we lost. I'd really like to figure out where it is. Is it currently in the possession of a crew member of the Shivering Darling?
So, after a moment, you, not physically, but you can feel this sort of presence kind of nearby you, like almost just out of vision. And you feel this sort of soft warmth of, even though it's hot where you're at, this is like, it somehow feels like a fireplace in winter. And you feel like you're getting a indication of yes.
It's on the ship.
It's in the possession of a crew member.
On the ship.
You have 2 more questions?
Indeed. Oh boy.
The person that has it, do they have knowledge regarding what dark fire is capable of?
You feel that warmth leave you. And not like a wind or a breeze, but just an absence producing a cold. Seems to indicate no.
Can you? What if you ask her if Fyra knows the identity of the crew member?
I mean, she went by the nature of them being one of the members of her crew.
But she needs to know. Does she know the
That-
guy who has it?
That they have, that they have it.
Is Fyra aware
Clear.
that the crew member has it?
Better way of of saying it. Yeah.
Yes.
Because yes, she knows who that person is.
Yeah.
But
That's fair.
It
That's
is.
fair. That's fair.
Yeah. Yep.
Is Fyra aware that this person has it?
You wait for a minute, and it almost feels like there's no response for a second, but you realize it's just staying that same cold, indicating no. And with that, you feel that presence leave, and the heat of the night returning, and
Thank you. Okay.
Do you relay all that to us? Sounds like we need to have another talk with Fyra.
At least they don't know. Like it's less. Like maybe it's not a malicious thing.
But
Whoever got hold of it.
who steals an eyeball? Like, aside from Asura.
A whole jar of them.
I mean, it's a strange looking eyeball.
Raccoons.
Indeed.
Every raccoon's on the vessel. Like, out of all the stuff to steal from us, they inadvertently stole the most valuable thing in our possession, but that looks like just an eyeball. Like, why would they just take an eyeball?
Well, because we did take it in front of the crew, and
True.
they may not know why it's valuable or how valuable,
That makes sense.
but they could tell that we wanted it.
Indeed. Yeah.
So they're trying to, like, pawn it off on someone?
I don't know. They could just like eyeballs. They are pirates.
Yeah.
That's true.
But when we looked at it, I mean, we could see it wasn't just an eyeball, right?
Yeah, but you had to, like get close at it.
Yeah.
I mean, I see your point.
Well,
I'll send a message to Fyra.
okay.
Zenoa again. We know that eyeball's on your ship. Someone's got it. Empty everyone's pockets, pouches, everything.
9 more.
Find it. I'll reach out again later.
Yep. 4 more words.
Well, hello. I believe it's the one who owes me 1,000 gold. How's that looking glass you stole?
Shit.
What do I care about an eyeball?
That's it. Who has it? We burned that bridge. We have that. Who has it in their inventory?
It was an accidental it's currently in my inventory because I was the last one given it to him.
It was
And I never returned it because I got transported to the middle of the desert.
Don't. I'm assuming you relay that.
She's just mad. Spyglass. She's not gonna bother with it.
Shit.
Wait, did she say that she wants anything?
Does she want anything? She wants her spyglass back.
Well, it's 1,000 gold, yeah.
And I pull out my book,
Oh no.
and I'm going to message Andreas.
Who?
Adrius.
Can't read my own
Andreas.
handwriting. Can't read my own handwriting. It's not my fault.
Amadeus.
It's not my fault.
Amadeus.
Adris, we're getting close to meeting with your contacts, but we have a situation we could use your help with. The Hurricane Sisters have something that belongs to us that's very important.
Hey, Adris knows about Darkfire.
Yes.
He does. That's right.
We do I have a limit? I'll just send multiple messages if I run.
Yeah, as long as you're not in a pressure or timed situation, I've been pretty loose about it. So
Okay.
just treat it like dialogue here, because it's not a limit.
We were able to secure contained Darkfire. It was in the eyeball of one of the enemy captains. The Hurricane Sisters don't know what they have, and they're upset that we have their spyglass, not by intent. Would it be possible to have a contact meet them at port to trade for it? She will probably want her eyeglass or spyglass or an equivalent of money.
After a moment, I think I've heard of these Hurricane Sisters by reputation. Growing and very dangerous. So let me see if I understand what you're saying. You came into possession of one of the most dangerous things in the world and did not adequately guard it and lost it to a mere crewmate, apparently, while in the process of stealing from an extremely dangerous sailor something extremely valuable. Am I getting this correct?
You've got the gist of it. The eyeball was guarded and protected, but it was stolen from us even while on watch. And the spyglass was on our person when we were whisked away to our location. And we don't want to deviate from our current mission to get it back, because we know how important these weapons are to the cause.
Lawyered. Oh no.
Better call Stoic.
Where are they now?
We will message them and find out. I don't know if they're heading to the Petals or back to port.
The Petals. So, weeks of travel and sailing away, and you actually don't even know if that's the ultimate destination for unpredictable, dangerous, perhaps pirates who are in possession of an extremely dangerous item. Yes.
We are able to communicate with them I just didn't want to begin negotiations without knowing if you would help us on the other side.
There's like a long pause as he's thinking.
I'm sure.
And you wait for a couple minutes, like
Oh boy. Adrius is really mad with us.
until you finally start seeing writing after this long, uncomfortable, tense waiting. As he says, well, Alanya seems to think it's worth the enormous divergence of talent and resources that it will take me to try and send someone competent enough to, a group of people competent enough to handle this appropriately, however it might go. Even understanding that it's going to cost the rebellion a number of initiatives to do so.
Thank you. We are indebted to you, and we will make sure your weapon supply is returned to you swiftly. We'll reach out. We'll contact soon with details.
There's another pause, and just finally, and you almost, even though it's in writing, it's like you can almost hear the slow, low tone of his voice in your head of him just saying, "Do not fail."
Good news, guys. So, Adrius is gonna help us out.
That's his good news. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. How's he gonna help us?
We just got to figure out where the Hurricane Sisters are going, and Adrius will send representatives to meet them for some kind of a trade to get that eyeball back. So we just have to find out what they want. If it's just a spyglass, that's fine. I'm sure Adrius can get one and meet them. But we just need to find out if they're headed back to port, and if so, which one. If they're going to the Petals, or if they're going back to the mainland.
Well, and also we need to tell them, I don't want that crew member to escape, so go ahead and like tell Fire that there will be a reward if she finds that eyeball.
I think it might be more of a price than a reward, Bear.
Still, but like let her know that there will be payment.
Yes.
Like don't let that eyeball leave your ship.
But we also don't want to build too much. If she feels like she has us over a barrel,
Yeah.
she's going to use it to her advantage.
Fair.
So we don't want to lead too strongly.
Sure.
You got this? How many spells you got left?
I'm fine.
Okay.
Send a message to Fyra.
Mhm.
You're one proud chick. It's okay. So am I. Where are you headed? When will you arrive?
16.
Oh. We have friends who can meet you.
4 left.
Payment for the eyeball.
I had no idea we were going to be doing this tonight. This is awesome.
Well, I have a lot to be proud of. I'll see if I can find this thing. Then I'll find out what it's really worth. So you best check up with me later.
I think we piqued your interest.
Like in a good way or a bad way?
We'll see.
Okay.
Indeed, yeah.
Is she gonna take the deal?
I don't know. I think she's interested now, so.
If it makes her coin, yeah. I'm sure she won't.
I would think so. She can't use an eyeball.
She'll find someone who would.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm sure there's plenty of clientele that we don't want to have that fall into, that she probably knows.
Well, at least we're moving forward on it. We know where it is.
We wonder, I mean.
Yeah.
And we're in negotiations to get it back. So
Hopefully she doesn't find another bidder.
I'm hoping she doesn't find out that it's also wanted by the people.
Indeed.
She didn't say where she was going.
She
She knows how to negotiate. And she has something of value. But we'll wait.
I wonder how Seric and Asura are doing.
Oh yeah, has your signal rock been signaled?
It hasn't.
What time is it approximately?
After midnight. She left at like midnight, roughly.
Okay, so we're getting kind
It's
of
pretty-
tired at this point.
It hasn't been that long
Yeah,
for us, yeah. Yeah.
How long should we wait for her?
It's an hour, maybe?
No, give her longer than that. We have to trust her.
Oh yeah, but
Okay.
if we need sleep.
You sleep. I'll take first watch.
Okay. Wake me if anything happens.
Indeed.
That reminds me, I go set my vase by the door.
Ugh. Didn't you get sick in that vase?
I haven't cleaned it. Wait.
Oh.
Prestidigitation. Clean it. That spell comes in handy.
Oh, loud.
I think after all this time, people would realize, don't hire a group named the Folly.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
By definition,
Mm-hmm.
I think people make a lot of bad assumptions about us.
because they're right.
It's
When have we not succeeded?
Yeah.
We may not succeed in the way we need to,
but
we succeed.
I feel like we have been middle managing our way up in this entire campaign, failing upward.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much.
Failing forward. It's the best way to do it.
I'm okay. This is this campaign's theme. Let's just keep failing forward.
Mm-hmm.
So, as you guys do this, Asura and Seric, you come upon this scene as these 5 tieflings are circling and approaching this girl who has a sword drawn and is seemingly kind of guarding these other 2 children.
Mm-hmm.
You need to make a very quick decision as to whether or not you're going to try to get involved in this. They don't seem to have noticed you to your perception.
The first thing I want to do is I want to look around and see if there's anyone else that's paying attention to this that might be essentially either a breaker or part of the, were they guards of Araka or Tiratha or
There's no such thing as a guard of
well.
Tiratha.
the two individuals? Anybody that might be with the two individuals or with the breakers? Just a quick glance.
Well, the
Small cop.
ones approaching this girl are the ones who called her breaker scum.
Right.
That's all you know. I
Okay.
mean, you wouldn't know anything about how Tiratha works or who belongs to who or anything
Yeah.
like that.
Okay.
You know, and even for you, you know, it changes constantly. So it's very
Who knows which family this is? Who
Yeah.
knows?
or
whose
who they.
people are whose?
All right. I'm gonna follow her lead, but I'm gonna get how far
Like,
away?
very quickly, are you getting involved or not?
I would like to cause a distraction.
So you so you're gonna do something.
Yeah.
In which case, roll initiative.
Okay.
Oh.
Here we go.
All right. Let me move this.
Dirty 20
What
for
you're
me.
looking at here.
It's also a dirty 20.
Yeah, you got dirty 22.
You
All
can
right.
scroll it down a little bit.
I'll fix it.
What's that green stuff?
It's a snake.
I'm a snack. I'm a snack.
Snake, a snake, oh, it's a snake. Badger.
Oh boy.
Okay, where am I?
We're not. I'm still adjusting it. We're not quite there yet.
Ah, okay. Okay.
Yeah, you're down below, like the screen here.
So,
Having to adjust.
I'm trying to log into it. This is the person?
Well, there's no. This right here is the girl,
Okay.
and the others are the ones surrounding her and closing in on her.
Okay.
This one you see is dressed a little differently than the others, but the others all hold swords or axes and that sort of thing. Very crude weaponry. All right. So what are you guys' initiative?
20.
20.
Okay.
Oh, you want to go first?
Sure.
Okay.
Of course.
Yes.
I am going to waste my assassination, though,
Okay.
because I don't have any armor on.
Wait, do you need armor to assassinate, or just
No, I just can't. If I get noticed and attacked at, I'm
You're dead.
so
You're
dead.
like a 10 on your AC right now.
Yeah, it's I don't have any armor,
Yeah.
and I have 2 daggers. It's the dumbest decision I'm going to make.
Oh my gosh.
I have nothing to protect
I
me.
forgot you have nothing.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah.
I got 1 dagger that can do a little bit of lightning, and that's about it.
No wonder Doug's like, are you going to get involved? Are you sure you're going to get
Do you
involved?
want to get involved?
It's all you, Seric. You got it.
Yeah.
You could do it.
Just take them all.
5 on
It's only
1?
5. Yeah. Nothing.
bad.
Nothing.
That's a Tuesday for you.
Yeah. It's actually a Monday, but yeah.
I really should have tried to get Doug to Redcon because I really did intend to give you my cloak.
Yeah.
But
Oh yeah, the Banff cloak.
Yep. Dimension door.
I was going to let him take it so he could better protect
Yep,
her.
that's good. 'Cause you can take one person.
You can take one person and you can bam
You
500
okay? You
feet.
sure about this?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think what the options are.
I literally asked you, my dude. I was like,
Yeah,
do
no,
you
no,
really want
let's
to
do
do
it.
this?
Like, I want to do what's. Yeah. Let's
Throw a
do it.
grenade and
Okay.
Molotov cocktail.
Because Asura's going to be hella impulsive if she thinks she's doing anything to protect people.
Uh-huh.
Especially little kids that are potentially in a very dangerous situation. Her inability to keep her shit together is high.
Oh, I've forgot there was kids there.
Yes,
Yep.
that is why Asura's
Okay,
doing it.
yeah.
If it was just an adult
No.
woman by herself, she'd been like,
Yep.
sorry about it, but
No.
there's children.
Get him.
Asura's weakness, she hates children and will do anything to protect them. Which is why she hates
done the
them.
same thing.
She hates kids because they're her weakness.
My weakness.
Okay. All right. So Asura, you're up first.
Okay, so I am not seen right now, correct? They haven't noticed me, is correct.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Okay, I would like to stealth closer along this edge that I'm on
Okay.
with my 30
Stealth
feet.
will be half movement.
That's okay, then that's fine.
You
That's because
said
it'll
this,
be 15
like
feet.
over here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if I can stay tucked in behind that like tent, that would be ideal. Because I'm going to use.
Not with that kind of movement. This is as far as you could get here.
Can I use my bonus action to hide, and would hide give me the ability to
Not
tuck
with
in?
moving. No. You can dash, but not hide. As
That
your
is
bonus
true.
action.
Then I'm going to use bonus action to.
I mean, you think it seems that you're hidden at the moment. So if you're
Sure,
going
but
to attack,
but
you-
right now, if anyone to turn to look at me, I am visible right now on eyesight. I'm going to use my bonus action to dash, but I'm going to stealth and move in behind in this building area here, so that I'm out of sight,
Okay.
like visually out of sight from everything.
Okay. So that's your bonus action.
And then I'm going to use my action to cast Thaumaturgy, and I'm going to throw a sound over in behind this building over here, and it's going to be the most blood-curdling scream that anyone has ever heard in their life.
Okay. So let's check something here.
Yeah, because I'm a rogue, so dash is a bonus action for me. Because I can throw it up to 30 feet from my location. I can throw a sound. It says I can't like talk or anything, but I can make like a noise.
Okay. All right. So that's what you want to do for your action?
Yeah, for my action, I'm throwing a blood-curdling scream right behind this area right here, so that it sounds like somebody's screaming right out of eyesight of these guys.
Okay. Okay.
My goal to create a distraction.
Let's see. This would be. What would this be?
Deception?
Yeah. Yeah, roll a deception check against their. We'll call it a wisdom save.
Okay.
Okay, what'd you get?
24.
Okay. You see, so based on those rolls, you see that the four kind of immediately approaching her kind of stop and look in that general direction. They don't go running, or at least one or two of them start to, but the one behind that's dressed a little differently stops and, basically is like, "What are you doing? Focus. We hear screams all the time." But they're not. The four are looking that direction. They've kind of stopped moving toward her, but haven't fully left either.
Okay, I'm just really hoping just that momentary, not eyes on this person gives anybody or anything around them the ability to make a decision.
Okay. All right. So Seric, you're next. You're still invisible too.
Still invisible, yep. All right, so some questions
You
here.
do
Is
something
this, is that, I'm pointing to another thing, is that, are those tents or are they just like blank, something on the ground, flat on the ground?
No, well, sort of neither. They're basically like these kind of covers that seem to be more for the sun, like for shade. So it's like if you're looking at them from the side, it's like flat. Like there's nothing. It's not like a tent with sides.
Okay, so I could see underneath that.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
It's not blocking vision.
Okay. So.
We're doing a jailbreak episode.
Yeah, I think we're going to get into it here. So, I am going to move up. Let's see here. Figure out these guys. Sorry, I am looking at what the decanter of endless water can do. 1 foot wide. Alright, got it. So I'm going to move over. I think the only two I can really get in line are going to be these two. Is that right? If I try to...
Yeah, probably only 2 in a straight line, based on the way these are kind of arranged.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I can't get it to actually select right now for some reason, but the 2 that are right in front of the tiefling, like directly in front of her with the
This one and this one.
yes,
Okay.
I'm gonna get in line with those 2. Within, let's say, 20 feet, and within 20 feet of them.
Of the first one or both of them?
Both of them,
Okay.
because this goes
So
for
put
30
you
feet
right
long.
there?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Okay.
And then I'm going to break out the decanter and pop open the lid and say geyser and shoot it at them. So 30-foot long geyser, 1 foot wide,
Okay.
and they have to make a DC strength saving throw.
Okay.
That's a compliment.
Yeah, I'm about to say, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So what's the DC?
DC 13 strength saving throw.
All right. So the first one, the line, fails.
Okay.
Second one succeeds.
All right. So the first one takes 4 bludgeoning damage and falls prone.
Okay.
I guess the second one's fine. They stand up or stay up.
All right. So you see this first one get knocked over and kind of deflect a lot of the blast of water, so that the other one gets a little wet. And there's a lot of commotion as at the reaction of this, as the other guy gets knocked flat into the dirt, with this sudden eruption of water from a suddenly visible man
Yep.
nearby.
How far did I move to get there?
To get there,
Probably half my movement.
20 feet.
20 feet, so I got 10 feet left. Because it actually takes an action to pop the stopper on it. So, I would just move 10 feet back.
Like this?
Yep, that works. Because they can see me and I can't do anything else.
All right. So as you blast them and dash, you have definitely got their attention, as they seemingly have forgotten about the scream for the moment and are now paying attention to the visible threat. Which brings us to their turn. Here we go.
Run away!
All right. So, with that, this guy is gonna... Well, let's do this guy first. He turns and runs straight at you.
Mm-hmm.
You still got the geyser going, right? Is it immediate and then it's done, or is it just keep going until you
So
stop it?
it stops pouring at the start of my next turn, so it's still going. So he'd have to, if he comes straight at me, I think he'd have to, he'd have to make a throw or a saving throw.
We're gonna make a really crappy marking here because I don't feel like wrestling with Roll20 for the spell effect here. Ain't gonna lie. So, it's roughly, how far does it go?
30 feet. I mean, it's only a foot wide, so that's about.
Like walking through.
Oh, so it
like
basically ends at that guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
have to
Yeah.
walk through like like when they pop the.
Champagne?
No, when they pop the fire hydrants.
Oh, yeah,
They
yep.
like.
Yep.
I don't have an erase tool, of course. Well, please. Okay. It doesn't go quite that far. It stops at the guy, but
We get it.
And it's a foot wide too, so it's not super wide.
yeah, it's almost a straight line on the map here. So he runs along that column, basically, to attack you.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to make a couple of attacks.
Okay.
All right, first one's a 9. 7. And then with his offhand, he pulls out a dagger and is going to make an offhand attack for a 12.
All misses.
Terrible.
Thank you, dice gods.
Thank you.
Especially because Seric's about to get a lot of attacks.
Yeah.
Boy's about to become a tank.
Uh-huh.
You know your archer. Have you ever considered tank?
Yeah.
All right, so this guy. He's gonna get out of the water, and he uses half of his movement to get back up, and starts running toward you, but does not have the ability to reach you. Well, I guess you could. Oh my gosh! Roll 20. To hate me, roll 20. All right. And actually, let's see. Oh, that's the wrong dice. Yeah, as he runs, soaking wet and angry, as he's running. He actually looks quickly to the side and points in Asura's direction. He's like, "Another one!"
Nice.
So,
Not their budger.
you know what? He's just going to use his action dash just to get up to you here. He can't attack, but he's going to get there.
Why do I immediately come across as a problem? I'm just some tiefling hiding in a corner.
Just watching this whole interaction, yeah.
There's tieflings all the time who just watch shit happen and
Yeah.
people get beaten and killed on the streets.
So, hearing that guy.
Why am I unique?
Hearing that guy.
No, I'm blue. I think
yeah,
it's
that's
blue
right,
right
yeah.
now.
He runs around the corner up to Asura. And is going to make some attacks.
Yeah.
With a natural 1.
Hey. By sheer dumb luck.
He spears himself.
My heart just stopped. You don't even know.
He loses his weapon. He loses his weapon. He loses his weapon.
It actually, so as he goes in to take a swing at you, you instinctively just put your dagger up, trying to. It's very poor parrying, with a dagger, but you managed to hit it just right with a very well-made dagger against a very obviously not well-made weapon. This is kind of a poorer weapon, and you actually see the weapon, like the blade, become detached from the hilt, and the blade just flies off to the side.
This is a Folly fight. This is a Folly fight.
He looks at surprises and kind of grimaces in anger and tosses the hilt aside, and then just comes at you with a dagger for the 2 more. That one's gonna hit. That's a 23.
You know, it just hits. On my natural armor of 13 right now, because I don't have any clothes on.
It's 5.
Welcome to
piercing damage.
And I do
To
uncanny
wizard
dodge.
life.
Wizard wear?
Wizard wear, yeah. It's me and my robes,
So it has
guys.
it.
Yeah.
Just me and my robe.
And the second hit is a 13 to hit.
That is my armor class right
Okay,
now.
Yeah.
just barely hits then. That's going to be 6 piercing damage.
Okay, so that's 8 total with the
Yeah.
uncanny dodge.
Hey, you still got your 10.
I still have my 10 hit points.
There you go.
Okay. Alright. This guy here, with some direction from the other guy, is actually just going to step forward and attack this girl. That's a hit.
Interventions needed.
He what?
I was making a fish out of powder.
Yeah, what's so weird about that?
Powder fish.
Powder fish.
Like a powder fish.
Need some
Chris, we
hits
need
her
to
for
get a fidget spinner.
I know. I can't handle
You
fish.
run out of plaster? That's like you lost a little bit of
8
plaster.
points.
That's what left of plaster.
That's cocked. That's another hit.
Oh no. No.
Hit for 6 more points. And then a miss with the dagger. She has definitely taken some hits. And then this guy. Okay. He is. You see him make a. There it is. Okay. You see him make a series of hand gestures and thrust his hand out towards you, and you see this ray of kind of this sickly green energy
absolutely.
arch out towards you.
Lovely.
I need you to make a. No, it's an attack. That is horrible. 7 to hit.
Oh my god.
Unreal.
Ixie has blessed us.
Man.
It's just extension of Valen to my character. For this one fight, though.
Yeah, this is one time, yeah.
Sheesh. Okay. And
That-
he's just gonna stay put for the
That's fine.
being.
Yeah.
All right, so that brings us to the girl's turn.
Punch can.
Yeah, you hear her say to the children, "Run!"
Oh, there's kids.
As she, they're not on here. They're like under these awnings, and
Why do you think I got involved?
I thought she was a child.
No,
no,
she's
she's
protecting
guarding
2
2 children.
Oh, okay.
Who start running, but one of them kind of hesitates, and you see him hesitate and start to go over like he's going to attack the guard until she's like, "No, go," and finally gets him. But that's a moment she takes advantage of a distraction to give her advantage on the attack. So she nat 20s.
Yes, she does.
Yay.
Get it, random person. Oh no. she is.
Random person.
Devad. Random person.
Devad.
Okay.
I don't know why that made me think of that cadence.
Fold the cheese.
How do you fold it?
I don't know, David.
You
Just
fold
fold it.
Okay. So you see her. Well, you don't, but you see her in a movement that's familiar to you for a variety of people as a sneak attack,
Fantastic.
which is doubled.
Roguelike.
With a nat 20.
Uh-huh.
It's good.
Break him.
It's truly the greatest thing in the world to nat 20 on a sneak attack.
You gotta rescue her with your bleeding heart until she takes the child and uses it as a bludgeoning weapon. Projectile
Then
kid.
then I'm like, which house are y'all again? I'll kill her too.
Oh my goodness.
All right, doing 26 points of damage.
Yes,
to this
queen.
guy. Doing some pretty good damage to him, and he is. She slices. She like kind of ducks in and slices like up his stomach and up his chest, and then darting back into a ready stance. Actually, what she'll do then? She's gonna disengage. To get down here. Okay. Okay, that is her turn. That brings us back to Asura.
Once the water spout goes out, for a free action, can I yell really loud? Not thaumaturgy, just with my natural speaking voice.
Sure, free action to talk, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna scream, free water! To the entire area. Because it costs money to have water on hand. So I'm trying to basically cause chaos in this area of the tent system.
Smart.
Throw in the money as you run away.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So I yell free water, and then I'm gonna take my dagger and I'm gonna just right into the guy in front of me, just like right into his side of his head.
Okay. Do it.
So I need to figure out which daggers I have. I'm gonna use the life drain dagger for my first attack.
I thought you had left that one behind.
No, I brought the life drain and then the invisible dagger.
Okay.
So, because life drain gives me the extra 4 of lightning.
Okay.
But I left the blue handle daggers with, they're just regular daggers. They're not special. One of them's plated, but they're currently in his possession. Oh, that's not great. That's gonna be oh no, that is still plus 8. So that's 15 to hit, right? 15? Yeah,
Was it 14 or 15?
15.
15 barely hits.
Nice.
Do I get any additional sneak attack here or no?
No, you don't have advantage, and there's nobody near him.
Great. I'm making tiny. That's gonna be a.
Paper cuts.
Yep, I'm making paper cuts. That's gonna be an 8 piercing plus 2 lightning.
It's not nothing.
So 10. I mean, it's a lot less than what I can make if I sneak attack.
Yeah. All right, making a decent slash into his stomach.
And then I'm gonna offhand use my invisible dagger, so it just looks like there's nothing in my hand. I'm just going like this, and then just gonna feel it because I still have my invisible dagger you gave me.
Now, hold on, that's your bonus action?
Yes, that's my bonus action.
Okay, so you're not gonna like try to get away or anything like that.
Nope.
Okay.
Alright. Taking him down.
I feel like if I run, that's right. I can still disengage. I forget that that's a bonus action,
Yeah,
not an
just
action.
making sure you don't try to do that the offhand with your bonus action.
That's correct. I forget the bonus action. I do have disengage. I'm
do?
going to disengage as bonus action.
So you're in a corner basically, right south of you. You could. This is actually just a covered awning, so like from the building, so you could actually sneak around that way if you want to.
Perfect. I'm gonna disengage.
So where do you want to go?
And start just running, not towards Seric, because I don't want to give the illusion that I'm like seeking his aid particularly. I'm just gonna start running, just like running backward, like not directly at him, just backward.
Okay.
If I can stay like tucked under these awnings, that would be ideal.
Let's see. Over here, you're gonna have some boxes in the way, potentially, but of like going this way if you're trying to do anything.
That's
like that.
if I need to make like a little hop, skippity jump, I will do that.
Okay. All
But
right.
basically, I'm trying to not make it look like I directly know this person who just shot water.
So to get right there is 20 feet.
That's perfectly fine.
Okay. So you still have 10 feet if you're wanting to do something else, but.
Can I get? I don't want to get up. I don't know whose building this is. I don't want to just walk into some random person's building. I still have 10 feet. No, I'm just gonna hold. I'll just leave right. I'll just basically run this that far.
Okay.
Unless I can use the final 10 feet to like hop over a box and get to the other side of whatever these little boxes are.
Are you trying to like get to over here?
No, just like I'm trying to make it look like I'm running away
Oh, okay.
from the general vicinity,
Moving
so I
down.
don't look like I know him.
Moving down here.
I don't know him.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, you can do it. Yeah.
My goal is to make it not look like we are associated. Just look like they saw me and attacked a random person on the street. I don't know how successful I'm gonna be at that, but that's my idea.
I don't know you.
Yeah,
Just run.
Get your purse out.
With their hands in the air.
yeah.
I don't know anybody.
Because getting like attacked in the street, not uncommon around here.
Right. Yeah. Even though the fact that this confrontation is happening doesn't seem to be gathering much attention. This happens all the time.
That's why I yelled
My kind
free
of-
water, because that's gonna get people's attention.
My kind of city. Look at this.
Beat the crap out of people.
All right,
yeah.
Seric.
All right, so being familiar with the tactic that the tiefling that's now beside me used with the sneak attack. For the last attack that the one on the left made on me, can I say that I caught his hand or caught his arm or whatever on that last attack because he missed all three? It's just gonna be for flavor. That's
Yeah,
all
for
it is.
flavor, sure.
Yeah. I was like, I feel we got off on the wrong foot, and I'm gonna cast inflict wounds.
Nice.
Okay. Okay.
No, that's the right foot.
Yeah.
They judged correctly.
This is the foot I wanted to start on.
Yeah.
Die.
Death becomes you.
Because I know she's right behind, or the tiefling is right behind him, so she's probably going to try to attack him.
Okay.
Yes, 22 to hit.
Oh, yeah.
3d10.
Or she uses you guys as a distraction.
Mm.
Takes the hell off.
Oh, that's not good. It's 8. Off of a
8
3D.
damage total?
Yeah,
Wow.
off of 3D. I rolled a 4, 3, and a 1.
Oh.
Ouch.
Okay.
Bonus action. All right. Yeah, as a bonus action, I'm gonna break out the wings and do my celestial revelation.
I was gonna start popping, locking.
Dance battle.
I mean, Seric, you know, yeah.
What does he do? over there? He starts that 1-2 before you start
yeah.
the breakdance circle.
Literally like the Devil May Cry breakdancing / fighting at the same time.
Yes, absolutely.
Dance off to save the universe.
So they have to make, it's just the two that are nearest, they have to make a charisma saving throw, DC 12.
Okay. Charisma 12.
I should have done this first, oh well.
Good call.
It's okay. It's okay. We live and we learn.
Uh-huh.
Both
we
rolled a
live.
10.
Oh, right.
So they are now
Wow.
frightened
Hey.
until the end of my next turn.
Gotta run them right into the women.
I'm hoping the kids paid attention to the tiefling and went
Yeah,
away.
the kids all went to running. Yes,
Yeah, I
that's
hope
what
so.
that's what it was described.
Dun, 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 dun.
Okay.
And I will stay right there.
Okay. All right. So it's their turn.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So. Oh, I think this guy's just gonna chase you.
Why?
Come on,
Broke his sword and then stabbed him.
But I ran away.
Did you yell out no takebacks?
Okay. So he's making 3 attacks. One of which hits.
Okay. I'm still gonna uncanny dodge.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because I can do that every time.
Every time.
Well, once around.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it'd only be 2 attacks now that he lost his sword. But one still hits, so. It's 23 to hit, so that's
Just hits.
5 piercing.
So that's 2.
Mm-hmm.
You just got to below your temporary hit points, right?
I just got below my temp hit points. Listen, I don't like that this is how I have to fight, but I have no armor and I refuse to die out here.
Dang it, I forgot about one of his features.
Your
Alright.
My book.
that feature, no, that feature with the 10 hit points is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you will pop back up if you go
Yeah.
down. That's right.
Oh, that's true.
Only one of. Oh, I will.
Is-
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
you
won't.
There's no
Okay.
distance on it.
So this guy will still make an attack on you at disadvantage. You were lucky that first one was a natural 20.
Oh my god.
It wouldn't have mattered anyway. I've still got my
Oh yeah, the
armor. Yeah,
Mhm.
adamantine
that's
armor.
true.
Alright, second one's an 18, so it'll still
That hits, yeah.
Dang, this guy rolled high.
Yeah, he did. So that's going to be 7 slashing damage.
Okay. Still got my 10 hit
Second
points.
attack is going to miss.
Sweet.
And then will miss. Yes, he is like, you can see the fear in his eyes, and he's still hitting, but more out of fear, and it's definitely shaking him. So, with that in mind, the other guy is going to turn and attack her, which is going to hit. For 5 damage. And she is looking rough.
Ooh, oh no. Your new friend.
She gonna be dead.
Dead friend.
I just want to know if people started showing up because they heard there was free water.
Not so far.
I'm really banking on chaos.
It's only been 6 seconds.
Listen,
They ain't thirsty, girl.
They ain't thirsty.
in this
It's also in the
climate,
middle of the night, and, you know, it's like, you know.
always
It's
people,
water.
people are always awake.
I know your milkshake brings the boys to the yard, but not the water.
I should have said free milkshake.
Free
That's how it
milkshakes.
works.
Wasted opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
I hate you so much for that.
You're welcome.
Oh, it's so dumb.
That'd be good background music that as they're fighting. He's just stabbing him. He's like catching his hand and inflicting wounds.
It's better than yours. Better than
Okay.
yours.
So, 2 things happen with these guys. First, the guy yells at this one after him. And he
Not after the kids. Not after the kids.
Shit.
takes off, kind of disappearing off the map here, chasing after the
These
kids.
are kids alone.
This one, seeing how rough this girl looks, is going to cast a spell at her.
No, don't kill her. Don't kill her. I don't know her, but don't kill her.
Yeah,
Why can my iPad not communicate at all?
She's our one connection.
How can you have any pudding if you can't eat your meat?
We don't need no education.
Hey, leave them kids alone.
But misses.
Oh my god!
Let's go.
That was close.
My whole body just
It was the song.
clenched.
Can't
You
hurt
just need to keep
anything.
singing. That's what Cody say.
Okay, then it takes it to the girl who is going to make an attack on this guy. And Nat 20s again!
We don't need no education.
She gets that sneak attack too.
Yeah, she does.
Wreck 'em.
Oh, that's the same
Wreck 'em.
dude she hit the first time,
That's
right?
the one I got.
No, the guy she hit the first time is the one that took off
Oh,
everything.
okay.
I got this one with like 8 points.
Computer.
Yeah.
He's like,
I was
ow.
like, I want to be able to do a measurement, and I can't do it because it's like.
Do you have the right tool selected, or?
No, I'm on the iPad, so like
Yeah.
it's just not working. Like it's like panic glitching.
You can't do crap on a touchscreen.
Yeah, it's
It
tough.
gets angry.
Alright. So
I'd
she
say
did a
probably
whopping
tablet like I
25 points of damage on this guy here.
Nice.
Oh, and he's still up.
So he is looking rough, but he's still
Ooh, and that's just
33
one
points of
guard.
damage. Yeah.
These guys are beefy.
Yeah.
Shit, fuck.
up. He is looking rough. He's looking pretty bad, but he's still up.
Well, it's because they remembered to bring their armor to the fight.
Listen, I
They
didn't.
thought, I'm going into a dangerous area. I should probably be fully equipped for it.
Who thinks that way? Who does that?
And Sir was like, I'm gonna go undercover to look like everyone else around here.
It makes total sense. We're just giving you a hard time.
Yeah.
I would like to point out too that I have always played this game as an actor first. I don't give a fuck about the mechanics of this game. How does math work? I don't know. I found
don't
some
know.
magic rocks around.
Okay.
How do magnets work? I don't know.
Aliens. Scroll.
That brings us back to Asura.
Perfect. Give me just an eighth of a second to do a quick measurement.
Done.
You said an eighth of a second.
Such a big sigh.
Why would you say an eighth of a second?
Ready.
Okay. I'm going to disengage from the dude who is running after me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to use my movement to bolt past Seric to the guy that's attacking the girl.
Okay.
And I'm going to stab with my knife.
Do just a quick acrobatics check to kind of get past the boxes behind him here.
Aggro. Oh, that's going to be... Okay. So 14.
Yeah, no problem. All right.
I rolled low, but I got a +7 to aggro.
So disengaging from this guy and dashing through the night, just with a quick, easy leap over the boxes, coming down to slash into the guy as he is distracted by the girl.
No, what happened?
That one.
That one.
Oh.
Well.
Ixie gives, Ixie takes away.
Well.
Okay.
Let's find out what happens, campers.
What's your next song? What's our next?
So as you So as you come down from that leap to slash, your foot slips in the dirt and you actually fall prone.
Great, love that.
Yeah.
Nice.
Love that. Can I use the rest of my movement to stand up since I didn't use my full 30? I think I only moved like 18 to 20.
It's close enough. I'll allow it. Yeah.
Okay. I just don't want to be prone out here.
So getting up and trying to collect yourself as you ready
See
yourself
pure
again
panic
for
on my
whatever.
face. Oh God, what did I do?
All right. That brings us to Seric.
Right, so I'm going to, as a bonus action, run my hand down the string of the bow and cut myself to get blood on it and cast Crimson Rite.
Okay.
Let me see. I think.
Just be safe.
This is my last resort.
lose the last 2 hit points on casting that.
Well done.
And now, D&D Beyond just didn't decide to stop working it for me.
That's cool.
Oh, just a second. That'd be why.
What happened?
Lost Wi-Fi.
I will do it.
Well, I know enough of my stats so I'm going to attack the one on the left.
I mean, I have a sheet pulled up if you need something specific.
I'm going to wind up shooting them. I guess, do I need to step back in order to...
If you don't want disadvantage.
If I don't want
And
disadvantage.
you have 2 guys on melee here.
Yeah.
Not a good situation.
Yeah.
Stab him with an arrow, just like Legolas does.
Yeah, exactly.
Excuse me.
So I will
Skirt, skirt.
step back from the one on the left, but stay in melee range of the one on the right.
Take an opportunity attack.
Just take one opportunity attack.
Alright. Step back away from the one on the left.
Yes.
So like that.
Yes.
Okay. His opportunity attack is a 14 to hit, which does not hit.
Sweet.
This man is untouchable tonight.
Yeah.
Man, he is showing off here.
John Wick in this
Yeah,
thing.
exactly. All right. 16 to hit.
Sailwick.
Marriage is what brings us together.
It's
Did they kill your dog?
You can't remember, Peter?
I can't remember.
They did something alright.
They did
I don't know
something,
what it
damn it.
is, but it's really bad.
Well, I'm pissed off about it.
It's a D8 for the bow, right?
Over here, Larry.
Oh, sorry, that's right. You got it. Yes. So, and I've got a D4 from the
1d8 plus 6.
Crimson Right. My D8s. 11 points of damage.
Damage.
Sorry, what did you roll on the attack?
16.
Okay, then yeah. Alright, 11 points.
Mm-hmm.
So as he is slashing, and you actually see him turn as Asura slips and falls and recovers quickly, as he brings his sword up to make a slash at Asura, you just see his head like shoot forward as the arrow sinks in the back of his head, and he falls down.
One down.
Moves no more.
You know what? I'm going to go ahead and back away from the other one now and take the opportunity attack.
Okay. Where do you want to go?
Just back 5 feet. Like directly back.
Back by this guy?
Is there room to
There's
just...
a guy right there.
Is there room just like to go directly south?
To the loving arms.
I think you're gonna be within melee of this guy.
Is there room to go directly south from the guy I'm in front of right now?
No, you're kind of like not enough to get out of melee of this guy. You're gonna like there's like a
Okay.
bunch of stuff right here.
Okay.
So you'd probably have to go this way if you're wanting to.
Let's do that then.
So you moved 5 feet. Where do you want to go?
I'm gonna go just on the other side of the house to give me a little extra cover.
Like
just
over
in
here?
case. Yes. And I'll take a shot. Well, I'll do the opportunity attack.
Can they?
That's 20. Do you want to go further back or?
That's good. I don't
Okay.
want to get too much in the corner.
Okay. Take a. Let me do his opportunity attack real quick.
Can they opportunity attack when they're scared of you?
They just cannot hit. Crap.
Take an opportunity attack when they're scared of you?
Yeah, can they do an opportunity attack when they're frightened of me?
It's a good question.
I mean, not like a hit, but I just...
Like a disadvantage or something?
Well, because if you're scared, you're supposed to take no actions but to...
Right.
They
move
missed
right away.
anyway.
Yeah, no,
I
they
don't-
can. They
Can it?
missed.
Okay. I don't know if it was just
Yeah,
distance or if it's attack.
They missed anyway though.
Yeah, they did.
I was just curious.
So yeah, that's a 25 to hit. And okay, that's better. 13 points of damage.
Nice. All right. He's dashing away as just ducking under his swing as you dash across and immediately turn and fire, sinking an arrow into his side. That will bring us to
Yep, that's everything.
his turn. slash their turn.
Oh, I'm so torn right now. I don't want to leave you alone, Seric, but I really want to run after those kids.
No, you do what Asura's gonna do. You don't bother. It's not gonna bother me any.
I know, but I don't want to put you in a position where you're basically like, hey, I started something and I would like you to finish it. Okay, thank you, bye.
Alright, so this guy is gonna just keep chasing you. Make some attacks. Yes, that's gonna be a 22.
So he's attacking me.
No, attacking her.
Who's attacking me?
The one
The guy who's been
Same guy.
chasing you.
No
That's
means no.
gonna be 5 slashing.
Gonna do what I do and have that.
Okay. Second attack. And that one.
Thank God.
And it actually flies 5 feet to the north as he goes, and you deflect it just enough to disarm him, and his sword goes 5 feet to the north there.
Wow.
Um,
You're very disarming.
but he'll make his offhand attack with his dagger real quick.
Turns out no resource their dagger fights. It's a
that's
dagger fight.
12 to hit.
Misses, because I'm a 13, because I'm dexterous. I'm also dexterous. I've got a lot of sugar running through my veins right now.
So
Dexterous.
He will-
Dexterous.
he's gonna swing up here so he can pick his weapon back up here. And then
I got it back now.
this guy will step in,
I got my wife back.
Yeah.
not wanting to
You're on.
chase after Seric at the moment because of his fear. He's going after you.
Of course. I'm a beloved figure in this community.
That's cocked. Okay, 10 and 10 does not hit,
Nope.
and 18 does.
Yep.
That's 6 points of slashing. And then the dagger is a 22,
Just dance.
which is going to be
All right, let's
3
not go
points
there.
of piercing.
3 points of piercing. So 9 total.
Yep.
That's not appropriate.
It's a teeth off.
We're not doing
It's a
that.
T4?
No, we're not doing that.
And you know what? This guy's getting frustrated here, up here. But he's just gonna try again. Cast the spell at her.
Let's try again.
And misses again. Yes. I can't believe how bad this
What is
guy's
happening?
rolling. He's rolled like 2 and 3 and 4. Like he is
Clown fiesta.
he's terrible.
Look, if it ever needed to happen, this fight was the one it needed to happen on.
Uh-huh.
You also get the impression these are a lot lower grade fighters, you know, than your
Typical.
been
He's
dealing
the B
with.
squad.
Yeah.
I've got a plan.
Probably.
So is that?
I've got a plan.
And she just
That doesn't
this
make
girl
it
just
better.
keeps dodging these green bursts of energy that he is casting toward her.
Oh, it was on her.
Uh huh.
Yeah, but she's rough.
Yeah, she's like barely
Yeah.
holding on.
I thought that was on Asura.
No.
Yep, but that brings us to her. And she is going to attack the guy. That is a 6. That's not going to do it.
She gets her sneak attack because I'm hanging out with her, right?
Well, but not advantage. But she doesn't hit, so she doesn't get a sneak attack. So. Yep, that's all she's got. So that brings us back to Asura.
I'm sorry, my dude. I'm sorry. I'm going to look at her.
I should say, I mean, you have seen a couple of people in the darkness kind of poke their heads out of curiosity of what's going on here. But by this time, the water has stopped.
Yeah.
Like, because it only lasts for that round, that first round. And nobody seems to be wanting to move towards it or interfere.
Yeah, I know.
It's a good idea, but it only lasts a round.
Yeah,
so by the time
that's why
anybody
I was
reacts,
like, I just
it
was like, if I could have gotten that to like line up better.
It's a really good idea.
Thank you. Thank you.
It just didn't last long enough, so.
Thank you. Well, in that case, bye. I'm gonna go run after the kids because I saw the guy running after them.
Alright, take 2 opportunity attacks.
Fine. I'm using movement, dash, everything I have to like bolt in there to
To
find
get
those
in
kids.
Okay.
And she's gonna hear me as I'm running. I'm gonna just go the kids, and I just start running.
Okay, interesting. Alright.
It's so chaotic. The rest of us are like
We just
hands up, like we're playing bloody knuckles.
Bears asleep.
Sending love letters.
like some hot water, I imagine too.
Shaving cream. Nicholas knows.
Okay, so 2 opportunity attacks. That's cocked. First one misses, second one is a 17.
Can I uncanny dodge an opportunity attack or no? Because it's only once per.
I don't think so.
Well, it's a reaction, right? Is that right?
Uncanny dodge? Yes. Yeah, so then I can.
Yeah, you've already reactioned as well. Because did you do it on...
Well, it's,
Let me get the semantics of uncanny dodge.
I think it is a reaction.
it resets at her turn, so she
Right.
would be able to this time, but if they come attack her, she wouldn't be able to use it again.
Right.
It's
Correct.
1 reaction per round, so she could use it right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna uncanny dodge.
Alright.
Oh, that's right.
That
Yeah.
is 5 points down to 2.
It was their turn.
And then I am hauling ass looking for these kids. More importantly,
basically
it's
getting
less,
in-
it's less I'm looking for these kids and more looking for the guy chasing the kids. Because he's going to be an easier target for me to find than 2 little kids. who
Make
know
a
how to
perception check for me.
hide. Oh, 16 plus 12, right? Hold on, Sarah went back too far. Perception is plus 11, so that's going to be a 27.
Okay. You think you see a shape moving a good distance away. It's kind of hard to see through all these, stands and everything of this area. Which
I'm gonna have 90 feet of movement because I didn't do anything. I'm gonna use my movement, bonus action, and action to dash.
okay, this is still gonna be difficult terrain through that. So it'll be 45 feet.
Everything I have.
And they've had 2 rounds of dashing, so you think you'll probably get around. I think that'd be around 85 feet-ish away from them, or at least the guy.
Okay.
So we'll just have to keep track of that, because I don't have the map for that chase at the moment.
That's fine. You did put kids on the board. I want you to remember that. You did put children on the board.
Okay.
I'm so sorry for abandoning you. But I was like, this is exactly what a Asura would do.
Yeah. Okay.
They catch up to the end up
Okay,
being
sir.
just halflings.
You see Asura leave.
Yeah.
She
I'm
just
so sorry. I'm
takes
the
off.
worst person to have
Yep.
in battle if
It's
you
like-
need me to be at all.
Just look at that and go, shit. And she's not in sight. Is she in sight anymore for me? Or is she out of sight?
This isn't okay. Just trying to clear that drawing, and it made it sound okay. Anyway,
Yeah. Is she out of sight or still in sight? Can I still see her?
you can make a perception check.
I don't think that's gonna be a 10.
Yeah,
10.
no.
No.
She's kind of dove into this area of the stands and everything like that, and it's become very hard to stay visible there.
Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna start going after the magic caster here.
Okay.
We'll peek around the corner and a bonus action do Hunter's Mark on the magic guy.
Sure.
And take a couple of shots at him.
Do it.
15.
All right. 15 does not hit.
Ooh, shoot.
Okay, that's better. 18.
That hits.
Okay. D8, D4, D6. 8, 10, 16, 20 points of damage.
20.
Yeah.
Damn.
I forgot. I can add 4 points of necrotic damage onto all of my attacks now because of that shroud.
Dying.
I keep forgetting to do that.
So as you duck around the corner and fire off a shot, you know, in the dark and you know, the chaos of what's going on, you miss the first shot as he takes a step forward towards the other guys, not seeing his movement as you came around. It was too quick, but then you adjust for the second one. And you see him starting to weave another spell as the arrow goes into his throat. And you just see him cough blood
Nice.
and slowly fall over. And
Wow. Okay.
he did not have much.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I was not anticipating that.
Did.
Yeah.
That was
Wizards are supposed to be that squishy.
Oh, are you mad that?
So I've moved what, like 5 feet roughly so far? I think I moved roughly 5 feet. I am going to go as much as movement will take me, like right around here, in that direction.
I
The
would
rest
stay
of my
closer to
movement.
her so she can get sneak attack.
I mean,
Yeah.
She
I
gets
have
it. She,
mage
'cause
armor.
she
It
can't
give
do
you
anything
AC
right
of
now if
15,
she's.
but it's not much.
Actually, you know what? Do put me. So I've got another idea because of, besides that, yeah, right there,
Okay.
melee with him, but also within touching distance of her.
Okay.
Because you're probably gonna have to pop her.
Yeah, we got cure ones that I can throw in there.
Okay. Yeah, you still have a bonus
Yeah, he's a
action, right?
ranger.
We were trying to remember.
Bonus action was
Most
Hunter's Mark.
rangers will take
That's
at
right.
least one spell slot for cure wounds.
Okay. All right. So that brings us to them. So this guy. Yeah, he's gonna go after the one who looks weak. First attack misses. Second attack definitely hits.
Hold on, girl.
If she is a rogue, then she does
Yoshi
get.
dies in the background.
Yeah. If she is a rogue, she gets uncanny dodge too, so she
Well,
can half damage.
depends on how low she is on level.
It's
She
fair.
does not have it.
Yeah, we're high level. They're not.
I forget how high level we are sometimes. Like everyone should be able to do this.
Yeah.
Taking it for granted.
100%. 100% I take all of my skills for granted.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong person. Okay. That is 8 points of damage to her. And she goes down.
That's not good.
Our
I
connection.
don't like that. That's really bad.
You don't know anything.
I know.
You're looking for kids.
Tara doesn't like it. Sarah's like, children.
So she
That's
goes down. The guy then turns and takes his dagger attack on you.
Uh-huh.
That is a 14 to hit.
Misses.
Okay. Oh, and these guys can re-roll against the frightened condition, right? Can they save?
No, it
against-
ends after. It ended after my last turn.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, that's why I wasn't. He could have gone after you then last time. All right, that's okay.
He may not have been frightened anymore, but he was still like, this guy's creepy.
This guy has bone wings. I don't like these.
It's not that I'm scared, I'm just like, cautious.
Yeah.
I'm hesitant.
Okay, so he's gonna swing around, making attacks on you. Nat 20.
Oh no!
Regular damage.
Yeah.
And
That's right.
Yep.
8 points.
All right. Hellish Rebuke.
Okay.
Yes, I love Hellish Rebuke.
Uh-huh.
Just
So,
light this whole town on fire.
Let's not let this come.
That is going to be a
place is a pound
Dex
cake.
saving throw, I guess 15? Sorry, let me take a look. Yeah, Dex saving throw 15.
That's a success.
So that's 13.
Get him some more plastic.
6
He just
points
needs
of damage, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
He asked for so little.
He
He's
did 8
later
points of
down.
damage against me, right?
So illuminating this dark area momentarily with this kind of strange, like multicolored flame, like a prismatic flame in a sense, not just straight fire.
Interesting.
Yeah, kind of reddish tint, but not, yeah.
Pretty. Mine's just like devil.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and the
He's still got another attack on me.
third attack, another nat 20.
Still playing damage.
God. God, the armor.
That adamantine is saving.
6 points of piercing.
6 points, okay.
Damn.
Yeah, that adamantine is already more than paid off.
Dude, that's like, I think there's like 6 or 7 at 20s that
The
just
correct
canceled out.
person wore that armor.
Apparently so, because I am a nat 20 magnet.
Yep. How do they work? Magnets?
Magnets, man.
Okay. As the last guy moves further away from you, out of sight again, continuing to dash after his targets.
You can just, when my turn comes around, you can just, I'm using dash, action, bonus action.
All right, make another perception check for me.
That is going to be 28.
Okay. So you're able to keep track of that and move a little bit closer. So you're at about 55 feet away at this point.
I wish I had like some sort of advantage of like this is not like the terrain is not as difficult for me because I grew up here. It's my favorite terrain.
Oh, I'm accommodating for it.
Okay.
It's different than if Seric were making this chase.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like I know that basically it's like new buildings like all the time, like as they constantly build on top of each other, but like the function of running in these
Well,
places
it's
is
huge, so it's
Yeah.
not like you're familiar with every nook and cranny of this place. It is huge.
You know how
so,
to navigate it.
yeah.
Yeah, you just kind of understand the basics of some of it. But, Seric, you're up.
All right. So bonus action, we'll move my hunter's mark. Do either one of them look any rougher than the other in terms of like damage taken? There's 2 left. One's on top of the down one.
I mean, you know this one's been hit multiple times.
I'll move the hunter's mark
You
to
don't
him.
know. You don't know how much, if it
Sure.
actually translates to worse or not.
Yeah, I'm just gonna move it to him.
All right.
But then I'm gonna reach down. Okay. I know it's kind of an NPC.
He's like,
Does she look unconscious or is she like dead?
killed her.
You could use your action to do a medicine check, but
I'm just gonna take a chance and cast Cure Wounds.
okay.
I'm gonna take a spell slot and do that.
Okay. Is that your action or bonus action?
And that is an action. Bonus action was to move the hunter's mark to
Okay.
the other guy.
All right. So bonus action to.
All right, and rolled a 1, so 4 points of healing. You know, big old 4. Well, Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Not dead.
Okay. So as you try to fend off these guys attacking you and briefly kneel down to dissipate some energy into her and go back to it, out of the corner of your eye, you see her start to stir.
Good. And I look back at the guy I put hunter's mark on, like, got you next, gorgeous.
Next.
And then, yeah, that's my turn.
He's sexy.
Okay.
Yeah, you do.
Okay. So that brings us back to them.
We are in Seric's element right now. Like, just everybody's attacking. He's all about it.
He's like, what? A gang fight?
Yeah, exactly.
2-on-1? That's not fair.
4 on
for
one.
you.
Bring more guys, and it'll be fair.
Okay.
I want to make an inappropriate joke about Seric's enjoyment of getting attacked by multiple men simultaneously.
All right. So the first one succeeds. 4 points against you.
Okay.
Second one succeeds.
Okay.
That's going to be 6 points.
Okay.
Ooh, uh-oh. The luck's starting to turn. Turn it back around.
Dagger attack also succeeds.
Okay.
Finally rolling well. That's. I've never cocked.
After we've killed your spellcaster.
I've never cocked a D4 before. That just happened.
D4?
Wow.
That's
Yeah,
impressive.
Yeah.
How does that even
All right, 6
work?
points.
6 points.
Stunted.
Stunted.
All right, next die. You know. what?
Parkour.
Life short. Stunted.
Sorry.
That's right.
He is still a little focused on you, so he's gonna make his attack.
Hot rod.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I have seen
so
that.
That is a
So good.
14 to hit,
Misses.
Yes.
10, and 11.
Totally
Sweet.
jumped the pole. Nailed it.
Man, just dodge, like,
Super.
seriously John Wicking, like, just seriously ducking and dodging and just being a very frustrating presence for these guys.
Oh, man.
As the other guy continues to dash.
She's back up, and she can do her attacking now.
She just kept up. She doesn't keep up.
I wanted to be like, who the F are you? And just bolt out of there.
You're welcome.
Okay, so, that brings us to her, so she's going to stand up and try to make an attack on this guy.
Hit.
It is a... It does not hit.
Boo.
It's okay. Try again.
Just for the heck of it, she's going to make an offhand punch. Try to punch the guy. Which hits.
Doesn't you get sneak attack as it lands?
That's a good question.
Is it with
I'm pretty
melee
sure-
weapon?
I don't know if it
A
messes.
weapon attack, you get sneak attack.
But it was
Does
a
it
hand.
specify
It's an
weapons?
attack with a finesse or ranged weapon.
Yeah.
Okay, it does specify. I was like, if you could get sneak attack on a punch, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
Right,
That's
right.
more of a monk thing to
Yeah.
know where to punch.
Yeah.
And
What if she has a
I don't
tattoo
know.
on her hand that says
Like, people get
finesse?
sneak attack with
My fist's name is Finesse.
That's more
And then
like a
start
punch.
singing Finesse.
Finesse punch.
here's range, here's finesse.
Finesse.
She does 2 points of damage to him. Just doing a quick sock in his jaw. All right, so that brings us back to Asura, who will keep running. Like you're gaining on them, but it's you're moving faster than they are, but they were quite a distance away, so it's taking time to try and catch up.
Like, I know I'm making the dumbest decision. I know, I'm perfectly aware.
Sarah?
Nah, they got time to really.
Okay. Yeah, I'm doing all right. So, gonna go after the guy that I've got Hunter's Mark on, and as a bonus action, I'm gonna put Planar Warrior on him.
Yeah.
Wait, I guess if it.
Your build is so ridiculous.
Yeah, and I can keep stacking these things. I'm finally learning how to play them. So next time I hit the creature, so let me.
Because you'd only been playing a monk for like 2.5 years.
I know, right?
Yeah.
15.
To hit?
Yeah.
With what?
Oh,
What are you
the
talking about?
bow.
The bow, so
Yeah.
that's a disadvantage because you're right next to him.
Oh, am I right next to the guy with the right? I thought it was
Okay.
out. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. Back up. I'll take the opportunity attack. I thought I was
Two
far
of
enough
them?
away. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. He's feeling himself.
It does like.
So first opportunity attack misses. Second one hits.
Okay.
6 points.
Okay.
Okay, now you can attack.
So that was- it was 15, yeah.
Does hit.
Okay.
Stack all your trinkets.
D8. 16, 22 points of damage.
22.
Mm-hmm.
So as you like take a slash in your arm as you try to duck away, you take this leap backwards, kind of sliding on the ground a little bit and taking a quick shot and putting it right into his eye socket
Yeah.
as he goes down.
All right.
Heck yeah.
So with that second attack, I'm gonna go for the other one that's still up.
All right, do it.
16.
That is.
Can you stack all that stuff again?
No, this one doesn't get the planar warrior, but it gets
The blood
The-
stuff?
the D8 and a D4 and then a +4. It doesn't get the hunter's mark because that was on the other guy and I can't move it right now. 7, 11, 17 points of damage.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
He is built for combat.
He is
That is
taking some hits.
that is
right.
all that Seric is built for right now is combat.
Sarah is built to exist in this world socially and try not to die in the process. Okay.
So you definitely didn't min-max?
I minned so hard and forgot the max was part of that.
Oh, you're good for like one shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay,
Thank you.
so them again.
It's the most important shot.
Him again.
He's got to go after her. He's got to do it. 'Cause
Give it up.
Do
my
you
guy.
have to?
Be a gentleman.
You pulled
Yeah.
away.
Do you have
She
to?
is.
There's literally a guy with
she's-
bones.
Your friend just
attacking you.
got bowed in the face and you're like, I like this young woman.
She just punched him.
Hope he slips on the
didn't
blood
like
of his friend that he's standing on.
That once.
Impales himself.
Okay, first one does not hit. Second does.
Oh.
Can you revive her?
Yeah. I still got her.
She goes down again.
Oh, what a jerk.
Yo.
Well, we made a new friend tonight, at least.
Did we?
Maybe.
We killed a new friend tonight.
Move at you and attack with a dagger.
Okay.
She was gonna die
Jesus.
anyway.
So she will make. Okay. So Asura.
Just parkouring through a tent city.
Yep. You're like a little kid again.
So you will actually get very close to him. Well, actually, I'm sorry, you should have been doing. Make a perception check for me. Make two, because I forgot to have you been doing this whole time.
First one was going to be an 18.
Okay.
Second one is going to be a 25.
Okay. Barely enough to keep him in sight, because it's as they plunge into the not market area, then gets real difficult. By this time, you're like hot on his heels. You don't have any actions or anything, but you are very close to him now.
Okay. Does he see me yet? Because I've been chasing behind him.
You are not sure.
Okay.
So, he is, running full tilt with the kids not far in front of him. As they are weaving through this maze, like taking sharp turns and ducking and dodging and that sort of thing. All right. That
No, you do a full out.
Seric.
All right. Bonus action, moving hunter's mark over to the guy, and making an attack on him. Oh, is he right there? He's with him, so I'm gonna back up, and I'm gonna take the opportunity attack to back up and get out melee with him.
Okay. That does not hit.
All right. 30 to hit. This is 24. 5, 7, 11, 17 points of damage.
Oh man.
How do you want to do it?
So as he's swinging his sword to do the opportunity attack, I take my momentum and spin back, and as I'm spinning back, just release the arrow, and wherever, hit him in the neck.
The jug.
Belly button.
So like, ducking and spinning out of the way smoothly, and in one smooth motion, knocking your arrow and releasing it as you bring your arm around. You see it as the guy is kind of to the side a little bit with his swing. You actually see it hit the front of the neck and basically remove the whole front of the neck as the arrow keeps going.
Oh, no.
So you just see tons of blood pour out and him slowly choke and die.
I shouldn't enjoy that.
So,
And I'm going to move up to the tiefling. I know I can't do anything, but I'll go ahead and move up to her.
What did the arrowhead look like? Good God.
Broadhead.
It's a claw at the end. It's just like rips stuff out.
Razor, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like has teeth in it.
Yeah. Little piranha head.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that'd be a fun character, man. To make like a green
Okay.
arrow character.
Oh, yeah.
Sir, he is still running, but you are running faster and you have caught up to him. Well, actually, let's see if he...
Because I was gonna say, can I like stealth at him?
Not at full blast movement speed like this, no.
Fair.
You could have your movement and not catch up with him if you
Yeah,
wanted
no,
to
I
move
don't.
stealthily.
I don't want to do that. I've already been sprinting this long.
Yeah. And unfortunately, he does notice you. He's going to keep running, but he's gonna make some attacks on you as you come up on him. Alright. Okay, first attack does not hit. Second one does. It's gonna be 5.
For my reaction, I'm gonna do Hellish Rebuke on him.
Okay.
Damn.
This guy is going to be...
So good.
I always forget how many die I roll for Hellish Rebuke. Because I don't actually have spells. It's part of my...
I think it's a feature.
Yeah, it's just something I can do.
Yeah, I think if you pull up in your
Tiefling
reaction, it'll
Should
tell
be
you how many.
reactions.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like...
Actions, abilities.
Yeah, but I can't put... Like, I don't have, like, a list of...
Well, reaction should tell you, if you click on it within reactions, I think it'll tell you how many.
I'm clicking and it's
Yeah.
not pulling up.
okay.
So I don't... Like, it's not telling me how many dice I have.
2d10.
2d10? Perfect, thank you.
He has to make a dex save throw. That's a fail.
Yay.
Yes. All right.
Level up.
2 10s. Let's go.
6 is 12, 13. 13 fire damage.
You need any adders?
No. You said 2d10, yes?
Yeah, which shouldn't you said 6 and 6?
Math in my head, if it's a 6 plus a 7, I go 6 and 6 is 12 plus 1 is 13.
She rolled a
You are
7 and
hearing
6.
me out loud do my inside math. Okay.
Doing some common core math, you know.
I said the quiet part out loud.
Listen, I am not ashamed to say that I am not good at math, and I have found ways in which that my math functions.
yeah.
So I
Make
can
it
do
work.
sane
Hey, whatever
mathematics
works.
easier
Yeah.
than I can do non-sequential mathematics. So 6 is 12 plus 1 is 13. So that's what 6 plus 7 is
That
13.
works for you.
Check.
Okay.
Yes, it takes longer, but it makes more sense in my brain.
Okay. So as the flame lights up the night as you guys are running and fighting, basically, and he puts his arm up and grimaces in pain as the fire covers over him and chars and burns his skin, which he is resistant to. So it's
I
not,
figured, but I'm going to do what I can. I'm causing
hurting
pain where I
as
can.
much as it should. But that's enough to throw him off to where the last attack doesn't hit, and he just kind of keeps going. And we'll just keep running, which you won't get an opportunity because of your Hellish Rebuke. So
That's my reaction.
right, an opportunity attack is a reaction.
Yes.
So you used your reaction for the Hellish Rebuke.
Okay, yeah.
So he's going to keep running, and you won't get an opportunity attack, but.
Okay.
You'll be able to theoretically,
Catch
if
back
you
up to him.
use, because they're dashing. Well, no, he can't dash right now. He's Well, anyway, he keeps running. So that brings us to her. Which brings us back to you.
Great. I'm gonna catch up to him again.
Mm-hmm.
Do I get opportunity attack because the kids are close by?
You need sneak attack?
No, the kids are not like trying to help, or there's
Okay.
no help coming from them.
They're
whatsoever.
Great. I just wanted to know what I was capable of doing.
Yeah, and they're not immediately ahead of him either. They're not like within melee of him.
Gotcha. Great. Just wanted to know. I'm gonna just attack him with my dagger.
Okay.
That is gonna be 7 is 14. So it's gonna be a 24 to hit.
Yep.
And this is going to be the life drain dagger. So it's it's 8 damage plus 1 lightning damage.
Okay. 8 damage.
Well, it's 9 damage total.
9 total.
I just didn't know if it made it. I didn't know if he had any resistances to
Yeah.
anything. So
A little
it's
bit.
Okay.
8 piercing, 1 lightning.
So as you run forward and, chasing after him again, running forward, you make this leap and bring your dagger down into his neck. And he just goes and just kind of slides like up against the walls of this narrow area.
Great. I literally do like a tuck and roll because I like jumped up on him. I land with him. I tuck and roll and I keep running after the kids.
Okay.
Grab your dagger.
Well, it's in my hand. I didn't throw
Okay.
it. I just went.
It's invisible. No, it's
Okay.
No, it's the other one. The invisible one.
So the kids keep running.
Yeah.
They're
Keep running.
occasionally casting frightened glances, but they didn't see any of the battle. They just see another tiefling chasing. So they keep running. We're gonna be out of combat, but
Yeah, since I'm next, I'm doing healing hands on her to bring her back up. And,
Sexy healing hands?
I don't think mine are so sexy.
They're bony. Are your wings still out?
Bony, scary.
My wings are still out.
healing
Yeah.
Terrifying.
I do miss sexy healing hands. I won't lie. I
Be
really
a
do.
gentleman and put your
so
bones
it
away
is-
before you bring your bones away.
44. We actually rolled really well. 8, 11, 14 healing.
14. Okay.
Yeah, I rolled really. I rolled 2 4s and 2 3s,
Dang.
Proud of you.
and that goes
Okay.
to that for the day.
So as you do that and you start to see her wounds close, you see her eyes snap open, and you see her immediately like grasp for her sword and then like shove herself away from you before like
Yeah. Whoa, whoa,
like
whoa,
kind
whoa.
of standing out in a kind of a crouch position with her sword out as she kind of looks around and takes in the situation around you.
Yeah, let me see. I want to see if I can, if the wings just last or for a minute, or if I can like
Retract.
whatever, retract them.
Did
You can't. You can.
Them.
You can just break the spell.
Yep, I can. So I just
Yeah,
I
I think you
bring them back in. Yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm friendly. I need to go find my friend. Where are the kids going? All weapons are up. Like nothing's out.
Roll a persuasion check with advantage.
Okay.
Your charisma's pretty low.
0.
At least it wasn't minus.
One thing I'm capable of.
A 5 and a 2. So a 5.
Yeah.
Sexy.
You're so persuasive.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Super persuasive.
Where's the trigger? Go for combat.
Solely for combat.
I can't tell you that. Who are you?
We were here to help. It doesn't. Sarah's actually thinking like, this is not what I need to be doing. Look, if we can just find my friend, she can explain everything. The tiefling, the blue tiefling that was with me. All you gotta do is get me to her, and she can explain it.
Yeah, she kind of looks at you for a second and it's just like, but I hope you find her. I must go. And she turns and starts running roughly in the same direction as they were. But
Roughly in the same direction.
Hunter's mark. I can see it. I can see it. So he's got a hunter's marker.
I'm going to try to track her. That it just gives me, it helps me with the tracking. That's all. That's what I'm doing it for.
Okay.
And I'm gonna give her probably, I don't know, just 10, 15 feet, and then I'll start.
Don't give her any distance. You're never gonna catch her.
Well, we'll see.
He's not trying to catch her. He's just trying to track her.
Yeah.
Bring me to your leader.
Okay. So you see her. She doesn't seem to go the exact direction they went, but she is moving very quickly. Like obviously running as you're magically.
Kind of keeping tabs on her.
Well, I should say.
Yeah, it's just gonna give me advantage.
Yeah,
I
it's
think.
only advantage. So it's not a magical sense of where
Right.
she is. So you're going to have to follow her if you.
Yep, I'm following her.
Okay. Okay. All right. Make a perception check with advantage. Or survival. Your choice. Well, no, this would be. You're not going to be able to track in this area,
Yeah,
so
this
this
might
would
be
be perception.
That's fair. Okay. 14.
Okay. So you start following her and trying to run after her, and she is not moving stealthily. She's running. So you are trying to follow as best you can. And out of the corner of your eye, as you leave this kind of market area, you see a number of figures almost seeming to melt out of the surrounding area and like swarming down on the bodies
Yep.
that have fallen.
Yeah.
Loot the body.
Yeah, that's what,
Oh, absolutely.
what you do around here.
So, roll another perception check, Asura, as these kids are a lot more familiar with this area than you are. And
18.
okay.
I do want to say, in Thieves' Cant, Buddha-cha, it's okay, it's okay.
Okay. Roll a persuasion with disadvantage because they are scared. They don't know you. They don't trust you.
I don't know you. That's still gonna be a 17.
Okay, that's still not enough. They are, like I said, they're scared. They don't know you. Somebody saying "trust me, bro" is not.
Yeah.
Trusted, bro.
So they just keep dashing and keep running, and they're small and agile, and so it's like, and they know this area a lot better than you do, so they're harder to keep up than you expected. And just a flash of memory of you being on the other end of this more than once in your life, but for now you're keeping up. Roll. Let's see. Yeah, roll 2 more for me. Perception checks.
Me? Nat 20.
Yes.
And which would make it a perception, which would make it a 31. And then a 25.
Okay. So, you are lucky because they also nat 20'd on their
Oh, God! We just had a nat 20 off!
on their stealth, so that was what you needed to not lose them.
Unreal.
Yeah. So, as you are barely able to keep up with these two kids, they just kind of keep winding through this dark slum area, but your adrenaline's pumping, your senses are sharp, you are kind of starting to kind of get back into your element a little bit and what it was like in this area, and just like your memory starting to come back, And thank goodness your senses are sharp, because as you're chasing the kids, you have a split second to realize a weapon swinging around a corner at you, and you duck under as you see another kind of tall, muscular, gray tiefling step out, not dressed the same way as the other ones, but also not dressed well, but with some armor. This is, stop right there.
I just immediately go up and I go, and all I say is, Locust sent me for Damius.
You can see, out of the corner of your eye, you see the two kids have kind of stopped and are like peeking around a corner a little bit of a distance away. You're getting the impression this was the area they were headed to.
Mm-hmm. Good, that was my goal, was just to keep eyes on them because they were going to take me where I needed to be.
Okay. Make another perception check for me.
Okay. Actual 20.
Oh my god!
Yeah, 23.
Okay. The rolls have just been so crazy today.
Yeah, seriously,
nuts.
you've been killing it with the rolls. Awesome. Okay, so you are able to, man, and you find this especially difficult because while you're familiar with forest and a lot of that kind of natural terrain, this is just a maze. You feel blind. It is twists and turns. You're disoriented. You have no idea where you are. You have no idea how deep you guys have gone. You don't know what part of it, where this begins or ends. It is just a complete maze, and all your focus is focused on just keeping this woman in your sight.
Do we ever run across the dead body, or has that the one that she killed in the?
No, you guys are not following the exact same path.
Okay.
She is actually taking a different path, it seems, and so she actually technically arrives quicker, but not before you guys. Kind of taking a little bit of a shorter path, and you do become aware that she kind of glances back and seems to be aware of you, but keeps moving and doesn't.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be stealthy or hide or anything.
Talk to you either.
Yeah.
Like she is. It's sort of like she is focused on this, but knows you're there and is keeping an eye on you. And so as you guys are having this standoff, you see this movement of this girl kind of come around the corner of a little bit different alley nearby, and then you see Seric behind.
As soon as I see him, I'm going to go, he's with me.
Yep. I am unarmed and.
She comes into this very, very small clearing of like an intersection of various alleys, is the best you can call them, streets, paths, like they're not streets by any means. They are literally like narrow hallways inside of a building. But there's like this little bit of an opening at an intersection here, and she kind of takes a glance, looks over at the kids, and the other taller tiefling looks at her, kind of gives her a look, and she's like, I don't know, but they helped. I don't know what they want. And she goes over to the kids and kind of starts checking up on them. He kind of looks you guys both up and down with this kind of shrewd look, and quickly, who are you?
I'm looking at you, following your lead.
I'm Suri.
Suri?
Suri.
Seric.
What do you want?
I was told that I was to meet, Locust sent me for Damius.
Why? Damius is not here. What business is this of you?
We wanted to introduce ourselves to the ones who break things.
Roll a persuasion check with advantage.
Persuasion, now that I have a plus 12, is gonna be a 26. I'm thankful that I took that beat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he kind of like contemplates for a second, we should not speak here. Follow. Keep your weapons sheathed.
I go and put it back in the quiver.
Okay. He rejoined now by the girl and the kids, starts walking again through this maze, going who knows where, and that's where we're going to take a break.
That's fun.
Sir, you were incredible.
That was a blast. That's so much fun.
I'm so sorry I abandoned you, but that was so good.
That was fun.
Yeah, it was good stuff.
Yep. I mean, if we ever needed you to roll low, this was the time. Where you
Yeah, that could have went really bad. Oh, yeah.
His low rolls is what saved
That was
us.
horrible.
And a spellcaster couldn't get a spell off.
Nope.
No kidding.
That's spellcaster.
Couldn't get one good spell out.
Trash.
Okay, so we will be back in about 10 minutes. See where this goes.
Right.
All right, welcome back. Hope you had a good break. So, as this figure takes the lead, and you see him stop occasionally to like look around at different things, and then keep going. You see the girl and the two children walking kind of close by as you progress. Who knows where in this place?
I'm gonna keep glancing at the kids periodically and just like seeing if they're okay.
Yeah, they seem okay. They seem tattered. They seem like they were very clearly slaves. But they don't seem injured or anything like that. Just kind of a little nervous, little, alert, looking around and everything like that. But, kind of sticking close to the girl. Who at one point after walking away does say, "Thank you."
You're welcome.
Pleasure.
I'm Misa.
Misa. Suri.
Seric.
So, why did you help?
I was a Buddhacha, so kids in trouble. It's deep in my bones.
So you live here?
Not for a while. I caravanned out.
But you came back?
Not exactly by choice, but
I don't understand.
there's a lot of unfinished business in a city. And unfortunately, I have some.
Oh. So you didn't come back to fight?
Not intentionally, no.
Okay.
Sorry if that hurts your feelings a little bit.
No, it's you. Got out. There's no blame.
I didn't even know that you all were here. When I left, there was no uprising like this.
Well, we've only been doing this for a few months. But that's longer than most have lasted.
It's longer than any of them I remember. I remember the eyes. I remember they were around for a little while when I was a kid.
I don't remember this, but I was a slave for most of my life before I was freed. So I did not know very much back then. No, but we've been blessed. We've been fortunate. The Madasa has been very good at what he
Madasa?
does. You actually would know this word. It translates roughly to emancipator. Not a word you hear very often.
The Madasa.
Oh, yes. Have you heard of him?
I mean, I know of Medasa, but not of this Medasa.
Yes, he has come and he has been wreaking havoc all over the city for the slavers. Well, and others too, but mainly the slavers. And he's been very effective. The slavers are very, very angry and growing more so as time goes on.
Who is he?
But he's the Medasa.
Yes, but the Medasa has a name, has a history, has a country of origin, has a...
Yes, I imagine so. I don't know his name, actually. But
Have you ever seen it?
he's very... It's hard to know what he's actually thinking. But his actions are good, so that's what matters.
Okay. You said that he's been here for a couple months?
At least that's when things. Well, that's when the first of us. Well, the first of them got freed. I was freed a while ago, by someone else.
Who?
Well, I don't know for sure. Well, I was a slave. Since, for as long as I could remember, for a very cruel mistress, a slaver herself. And she was not kind to us. But eventually, as I got older, I was made part of the household slaves for one of her houses outside of Tirata. And well, one day, a bit after, like that time, a slave that they used as a messenger arrived at the house and gathered us together in the kitchen, and so told us that the mistress had been killed, and that this was our chance to escape. And some of us didn't want to, but we were able to persuade the others to do so, and so we were able to overpower the guards, just with kitchen utensils and things of that nature. Unfortunately, there were not many guards at this place, so we overpowered them, and this was also the house where she kept her tattooist, and so we were able to persuade him to give us our marks of freedom, to give us our keys. And so we did, but I don't actually... We were able to escape, and most of us just sort of scattered to the wind. And I never really knew the story of how the mistress came to die, just that one of her own servants killed her. And I just knew her name was Asura.
The one who killed her.
Mm-hmm.
Was there anything else about this person that killed her?
I don't know, but she worked for Callista for a long time, I'm told.
What a coincidence.
What a fascinating story. I'm guessing that many of you were happy to hear of Callista's death.
Well, those of us who escaped were, yes. I know many did not, outside of that household. They were caught, of course, or sold and, resold to others and that sort of thing. But those of us who did were very grateful, yes.
Don't ever remember hearing of a person I named Callista. I knew a lot of the slavers at the time, or at least when I was a kid. We knew who to run from. I did not recognize that name.
Make a deception check.
Dirty 20.
Okay. She says, yes, she was not the most powerful, but she was, she operated for quite a bit of time, and like I said, she was not kind, but most aren't. But wherever this woman is, I hope she is doing well.
Anybody who can hurt someone who is doing harm to others, I wish them well in this world too.
And you hear at this point the guy in front kind of almost like a grunt that you can barely understand. Kind of, you think he said we're here? And he kind of makes an abrupt turn off into a seemingly unmarked door just in the middle of this maze. And leads you inside and shuts the door behind you. And inside of this area, you see a few other individuals. You see you see a red female tiefling, sitting in the back wearing, similar to Misa. These two are kind of dressed like they blend in with the streets for the most part. Very low, poor dress. The guy you've been walking to is dressed a little bit better, which is only marginal. It's definitely not nice. It's just functional. It's with like some armor and weaponry that are nothing fancy, but well taken care of. You see another black tiefling male wearing what looks like, interestingly, very kind of poor, tattered priest robes. And then another, strangely, a black feathered Aarakocra with these kind of dark brown robes. Who kind of eyes you with these sort of sharp eyes as you enter. And as you enter Misa, takes the kids kind of to the back to deposit them with whatever they're going to deposit them. And the guy turns to you and says, "All right, speak."
I don't exactly know how to describe what it is that we are here for. I am very much interested in understanding your operations, to understand if your rebellion has a shot in this space, because I have seen very many rise and fall.
We have lasted far longer than a rebellion in memory.
Correct, in memory, but it doesn't mean you were the first that got this far.
And who are you to come in and question us?
I'm nobody. But I am nobody with a lot of potential connections. I was a Buddhicha growing up here before I caravanned out. And being back here, there was a lot of missteps where I could have perchance been better to help those who are still with chains, but I never was chained. And I found my way out faster than others. And there's a part of my soul that still cries for this. Something called me to be here, to understand. I make no promises what I can offer, if I can offer anything at all. But I don't want to see this fail.
Suri. You see his eyes kind of turn to the red tiefling kind of sitting against the wall, and who's kind of looking you up and down, and then looks at him and just kind of shakes her head. And would there be anybody who could verify your story? Who would know you?
Is Misa still in this room?
No, she's out with still wherever she took in the back with kids.
If I say a name, will it not leave this room?
We have yet to see if you will. But no, this is a secret place. Should be obvious.
I'm going to bring up my hand, lick and wipe. My name is Asura. I used to work for Callista when I was little. I was the one who stabbed her.
Did you not just hear that story as we walked?
Callista used to carry a little trinket on her belt. It jingled twice and then would be silent on the third step. No one could ever figure out how that sound worked until you realized every trinket she carried were the little possessions the little ones had before she sold them. And it was always silenced on the third because she put her hand on her hip so she didn't have to hear them. Ask your friend. She didn't tell me that.
He kind of regards you for a second and says, well? And you see Misa kind of step back out of the hallway where she's apparently approached with this sort of shocked look on her face, and then just nods at him. Huh. Interesting. But we've all heard this story from her countless times. But that aside, why are you here? What is it you want from us?
I don't want anything from you. I just wanted to understand how you were doing, what kind of power you could actually have to change this world, change this place. I returned to this city a very different woman than when I left it. And I can make my way all the way up to the 8th now. I don't have friends up there. I just have documents. But I want to see what it is up there. I have never been, and I do not know.
So you can access the 8th. And you just want information on us. These people we don't know, such sudden, unexpected benevolence comes out of nowhere and wants information on this fragile movement.
If you know my name, then you know my story too. And you know what I have done. It is not out of sheer benevolence and kindness. It is out of guilt and self-hatred and pain. And we know how powerful those feelings are in this city. We know what damage they can wrought, for both good and for evil.
So what is it you're offering?
Friendship.
All right, we're friends. Is that all? No offense, your friendship is not going to help us very much.
No, but resources can.
So what are you offering?
In my head, I'm like, Stoke's gonna be so mad at me! I can't offer what I don't possess yet. What I have is potential connections to lots of resources, and one of those resources is weapons. But I cannot guarantee they will be in your hands. I just want to know if it is even worth me trying to make that cipher happen.
So you're offering us weapons that you cannot guarantee we will get?
I'm not offering you anything. I just wanted to make sure I understood this was not a ragtag bunch of idiots mopping around in the city, or this was an actual organization who could potentially change this entire city. I was coming in here just to understand. And you all are far more connected with far more resources than I realized. I wanted to see if there was hope.
You come in here with a lot of vagary and offering us things but not offering us things, and coming in out of nowhere to question the value of our organization. And you actually see him kind of get stopped by the one that's wearing robes, who speaks in a little bit quieter voice as he says, I don't think that's what she is intending, Yagan. Please just try to be clear. This is a very stressful position we are all in, and he is very protective and very skeptical, as we all should be, of people offering something for nothing or mysterious offerings.
Who are you a priest of?
Children.
Children saved my life once. Through a priest. Before that priest gave up everything. For me and my friends. His faith most of all. I watched a man who did not know me. Not really. Give up his entire being. Because he felt there was something worth saving in me and my friends. I am not so altruistic in this world to not know that there is a price for everything one does. But I've seen this world killing itself every day for the dumbest reasons. And so many things that are so much scarier and more deadly just wait for the little ones to kill each other so they can kill everything else. I grew up in a city where little kids ran and hid. Because if anybody showed an ounce of interest, it meant our death one way or another, whether it was slow or immediate. And I have walked every day understanding that I had no power then. But I am amassing power now, the stronger I get, and with the friendships I forge. And I refuse to sit on this power idly. I want to change the world. And if I can change my little corner, maybe the greater good will prevail in the end. But I am not the only voice in my group. And I have to be mindful that there are so many things at play. And one promise can create a domino effect that could destroy everything. For you, for this city, for my friends, for our goals in this future world. So I cannot be stern in my promises or stern in my ability to create an even trade. I am trying to see if it is worth the fight. Because I want to fight. And I know that my partners will not be as willing to fight, and I have to be very mindful to persuade them first. So I have to bring them something worth persuading. So I'm sorry that it is mushy and it is vague and it does not come with any sort of even handshake. But I am being the most honest that I have ever been in my life.
Roll persuasion check.
Don't get advantage. Oh wait, that's cocked. Persuasion, that is going to be a 27.
Okay. They're all quiet for a second. Yagan, the guy who has been leading you and talking, doing most of the talking, still looks resistant. Still looks unmoved and skeptical, and the who you assume is a priest of regards you with a much softer but still keen look. And he also kind of turns just briefly to the red one, who just kind of shrugs and says, Yagan, I think this is perhaps not something we ought to discern. Might have to see him. And Yagan is just like, are you kidding me? You want to take them? The Mandasa does not deserve... These foreigners, or half foreigners, they're... What business do they have with him? No. The one that's... The red one that's just been kind of sitting off to the side is just like, oh, just let them go. Unless you doubt the Madasa's judgment, I think this is something you might be interested in. And Yagan is just... Let it be known I'm against it. Fine. Misa. You say there are others?
I have friends, yes.
You will want to meet whoever is involved.
I can send a message up to see if they'll be able to come tonight, or we can schedule a different time to talk all together.
You can pick them up on your way.
They're up on the 4th right now.
Then it will be on the way.
Oh. Okay.
Alright.
Misa, you. And she just kind of nods, still just staring at you the whole time. And she just, kind of nods and go.
Thank you for your time.
And Misa just kind of walks and kind of nods at you guys to follow her out. And she starts walking, purposefully and quickly, but she's like, don't judge him too harshly. He's a good leader. He's been very good for us and with us.
I don't hold malice to him. He has to make difficult decisions.
And there are many tricks in this place, so...
Oh, I'm very aware.
All right. So assuming you're going back to the group with her,
Yeah.
you guys make your way back up through the streets up to the 4th level, and make your way to the Sandy Boots, where you guys get woken up, still on your first watch. Get woken up by Seric and Asura returning and entering the room with Misa waiting outside.
I immediately just knock it over. I'm like, fucking shit.
So you see out of the corner of your eyes, you're entering Misa, jump back with her sword drawn.
It's fine. It's loud and stupid, and I just immediately go to my stuff and start getting myself pulled back together. I don't care if anyone sees me partially naked. I'm just armor back on. I refuse to walk in public now without armor on. Fuck this shit. And then I just quickly say, everyone, put your clothes on, get fancy. We're going to meet with the Madasa.
Yep.
Who's your
What?
friend?
This is Misa.
She just kind of nods at you guys doesn't enter the room, but
Misa, these are my friends.
Who are we meeting?
The Madasa.
Who's that?
The Emancipator.
The who? The what?
We made friends with those who like to break things.
And they want to meet tonight?
Yes.
And you're with the Madasa?
well, she kind of steps in just a second to whisper the Circle Breakers.
Right, now I got that. Okay. All right. Sure. Yeah. Go.
He is our great
Misa's our
leader.
escort.
What?
He is our great leader.
Oh, okay. Sure. Yep. I thought this was just to get to know. Sure, yeah. No problem.
So as I'm hooking up everything and getting all my armor on, I do grab Stoic by the arm and pull him aside. Stoic, they weren't just interested in a casual conversation. You're going to meet their leader. They kind of know a lot of things. I was very honest with them.
Did you tell them that we weren't here to join a rebellion?
I said I made no promises about anything.
So what's the play?
Well, we're going to meet the Madasa, who's in charge of this operation, and get a better sense of who the fuck he is and what the fuck this is going on.
Did you tell them who we're looking for information on?
Not directly, no.
Do you think we should?
I want to see the Madasa's face first, but apparently he's on the way. You were on the way to see him, which means he's up there. So I don't know what kind of game he's playing, being in an upper part of the city, helping to manifest a rebellion. So we could be unintentionally sitting between two houses.
Just gotta poke my head between you. Are we going or not? What's happening?
Yeah, we're going.
Yeah.
What?
So I'm guessing I've heard Infernal since I've been here.
Mhm.
What's another language that I might have heard while being in Tiratha? I'm attuning to the Ring of the Linguist. And I get to choose 2 languages that I don't know.
Really, you only heard Infernal, and then the one that you heard a couple of different times out in the desert. The creature you fought was speaking, and I think one of the retinue of the prince spoke it too, if I'm not mistaken.
And
Which I can tell you the name if you want to.
Sure,
Attune to it.
Yeah, I would do that. I'll pick
It's
that.
Ignan.
I'll pick Infernal and Ignan then.
Okay.
So I'm attuned to
What a
the.
very unique language to learn.
Yeah, it's
Can you change
language
it?
of the fire plane.
I can change it on a. I can change one on a long rest when I finish a long rest.
Oh, that's cool.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yep.
So you can speak my language now?
All right. Well, I think I can just understand it.
So if I start talking tiefling, if I start talking infernal to somebody, you're gonna be like, oh, I get it.
Well, I gain proficiency in that language, so I don't know what exactly. Does that mean I can speak it or just hear it, understand it?
It means you can speak it.
Okay. Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah.
What you should have done was learn thieves' cant
Yeah.
so that we can talk to each other.
Okay, so you guys gather your things and head out into the night following Misa, who in the light now you can see a little more clearly that she is dressed not entirely rags, but very clearly like she fits into the streets, like basically the sort of maximum amount of functionality without totally standing out. But curiously you also see like kind of decorating different parts of her are these like little trinkets or almost garbage, like little bits of string like tied on a couple different places, and you see like what looks like an old kind of dirty empty vial kind of glass vial tucked into her belt, and kind of hanging from that belt you see like this it looks like a bundle of rags, and it takes you a second to realize that it probably was a doll once upon a time, but is so torn and ragged it's almost not recognizable anymore. Kind of also tucked into her belt you see like what looks like a kind of old rusted knife used for like skinning small animals, but like like covered in rust. And you see another dagger on her hip that's like the leather has like half worn off down to the metal, and like there's tarnishing on the hilt, just some oddly colored pebbles kind of hanging, tied by string and hanging off of her in a couple different places. It's just a very interesting way to dress.
Before we leave, can I point at her dagger?
Mm-hmm.
Can I?
Can you what?
Can I see your dagger?
She kind of reluctantly hands
Bust
it
out
to
my
you.
whetstone.
Mm-hmm.
Like quickly.
Okay.
Just
Do that
kind of
quickly
sharpen-
while
like-
she's...
Yeah, because like just like a quick pass, like nothing fancy,
Okay.
and then hand it back to her.
Thank you.
Care for them always.
I try as best I can. Limited resources.
I hand her my whetstone.
What do you want?
Nothing. Keep your blades sharp. And protect the little ones.
Okay. And she pockets it.
Does
Not
she,
totally believing like you don't want anything out of this.
does she seem young as far as tieflings go?
Yeah.
Okay.
She seems late teens.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Kind of what the feel I was getting. I just wanted to.
Yeah, but she carries herself like an adult, like she's grown a lot more than she should have by the time she's 18 or 19 or whatever age she is.
Yeah, Asura's like 22, so it's
Yeah.
like that was me just a couple years ago.
Yeah. So, you guys gather up and start heading out into the night, again following her as she leads you back down the road onto the main thoroughfare that kind of cuts through the middle of the city from the north going towards the center. And she pretty confidently seems to know where she's going, and leads you to the gates, between the 4th and 5th. Kind of goes over to the guards and talks to them for a second, and then and you can see now that it's nighttime that the gates are actually closed, not just guarded, but actually closed, and so they open it and you enter, passing through. The 5th level, even at night, even though it's dark, you can see a marked difference, part of it is because you can see. There's a lot more torches, a lot more lanterns here on the 5th level than the 4th or below. The 4th has some, but it's almost darkness from like 3rd down. And the 5th is a bit more well lit, a little bit more custom, a little more closer to the kind of city you're accustomed to. And you can see the buildings are more solid, like more well made, a little bit better architecture, and just nicer in general. You can see shops that look like they're closed down right now, but they look nicer. Like there's some glass in some of the shop windows, and there's signs that seem, fairly well taken care of, if a little sand and wind blown. But she leads you, straight through this level until you reach the gate to the 6th. And again, goes and talks to the guards for a second, and then leads you through.
What is happening?
As you, continue walking you down this main thoroughfare, you see, again, even nicer buildings this time. And you see the standout thing that catches your attention, though, is to your left as you walk, you can see, to your right, coming from the north, you can see some large, like one kind of close to you, and then on either side, really, just off in the distance, you can see other very large buildings of different but somewhat similar kind of architectural style, but that are much larger and stand up far taller than the others. And as you pass by one, you see a symbol and a name in Infernal. It says Mammon. And if you ask, Misa explains these are each temples to a different archdevil.
Interesting.
You also pass by another building that catches your eye on the other side of the street with well-guarded human guards outside, dressed very well, very officially. With like hedges kind of nicely covering over the wall, and you can see through the gate, some kind of lit fountains kind of going down the road to a very large white building that is, they call it the Alrakan Palace. It's basically like an embassy of sorts almost. It's like where Alrakan officials do any kind of business they have here, their presence, like the Tsar's official presence here.
As we're walking through and seeing those signs, Misa, I don't speak or read Infernal, and I heard you say that each one of those is like a temple to the devils?
The archdevils, rulers of the layers of the 9 hells.
Do any of them say Bolgash?
I have not heard that name, no.
He's not one of the 9 kings.
Just wondering if, I don't know that. I honestly don't know much about the Devil Realm, or the 9 Hells. Which one I've read in books.
Each one has an archdevil of the king. I start looking around though anyway, just to see if I see the name Bolgash around.
Well, sure, make a perception check.
Ooh, not great job. Perception, that's going to be a 17. No, that's going to be a dirty 20. Sorry, that's a 9, not a 6. Dirty 20.
Yep, I mean, nothing jumps out at you. Nothing you see. Just curious. But, yeah, she walks you down this nicer, stone road. That's
On the 6th level, right?
Yep. To the gate to the 7th.
Oh my god! Then the fact that I could get to the 8th probably meant jack shit to her!
I was going to ask, so I know she's talking to the guards before they let us in, but are they asking for our papers as well? Or
No.
we have like a We already
Yeah,
did.
but-
Yeah,
Yeah,
which I've kept tucked in my.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
not. You see it. You
Okay.
don't see it, but she seems to be showing them something each
Okay.
time.
That's what I was
Pulling
curious
something
about.
out. and
Are
showing
we
it.
close enough to try to take a look?
Make a perception check.
Ooh.
I was gonna wonder if my passive perception could catch it.
17.
Yeah, as you kind of edge around this time, as she shows it, you see her pulling out what looks like a small, almost like a crystal ball. And you see as she shows it, you can see just a very faint luminescence appear, not enough to light anything, but you see something swirling, and you're kind of too far away to see, but it almost looks like writing is appearing. And the guards kind of look at it for a second, and then kind of look you guys over, and then nod, and she leads you
Something
in.
like that in the shop.
On the 7th level, now
Yeah.
you see another kind of marked difference. You see what looks like a collection of mansions and palaces, like miniature palaces.
McMansions.
Yeah, these are very much, the rich of the rich neighborhood. This is, now you're outside and it's dark, so it's hard to narrate everything, but even here at night, you get the impression that the Leaf District back in Elduin wishes it was this layer. This is far and above beyond the level of wealth you've seen before. Like maybe Red Feather would probably be the closest you've seen to this. Inthras's manor. Her house might be on par here, but that's about it. Every single house like this is that or bigger.
Wow.
And courtyards and just you can see there's probably not a ton of these, as this is a smaller concentric circle, so you can see how this would be. There's not a whole lot of power movement here because there's only so many powers to be here. And even now you can see a lot of, like, each one has guards and has patrols and that sort of thing outside the gates and inside the grounds and all that kind of stuff. And you do pass an area where it kind of opens up to the side to where you can see this kind of opening square of sorts, where you can see another bit of shops with some really very fancy, very, very bougie shopping area. And she keeps going.
Oh my god! What the fuck is this? I'm about to be in so much trouble. I'm about to be absolutely wrecked, aren't I?
Leading you to the 8th level, where again the guards wave her in after looking at the crystal ball. And inside the 8th, it doesn't feel like a city anymore. It feels like it's all one big, like, hanging gardens. Like it feels like one large courtyard with trees and greenery, and you see kind of stone carved, like, fountains and streams kind of winding through it with for Tirotha and Elraka, a mind-boggling amount of water, like just decoration. You see occasionally the large form of a building in the kind of set back in the midst of these winding courtyards, and the streets are this polished marble. It is unbelievable. Like, you didn't think a city could look like this, like an outdoor city could look like this. And you can see everything is perfectly, like, trimmed and kept and just very nice. And she finally leads you off of the main street on this level. And ahead of you, you can also see, not terribly far, but in the distance, you can see where the wall to the 9th level is, except, as you can even see from the great distance outside of Tirotha, the 9th level seems to be like a dome of rock that is just like a perfectly smooth dome that you can't see in, and there's a door like way off in the distance down the street. You know, some sort of gate leading in, but it's just completely covered and shrouded, no windows, nothing. But she leads you kind of off that street, and down another as you again are just passing, you know, these the night kind of quiet and pleasant as you just see these lanterns, these kind of ornate lanterns strategically placed and creating this very nice, almost romantic atmosphere, like you see, you know, like you'd see of like movies, how they portray Paris at night in some places, you know, where it's like, it's just lovely. It's like something out of a dream.
The Seine.
Yeah, it is crazy, and you know, relaxing just with the soft sound of the trees blowing gently in the wind, and the sound of waterfalls and fountains in periodic places, and the flowing water that, you know, as you look, you can see is clear water, not dirty like you've seen in streams and rivers and things like that. You know, at one point, one of the streams kind of lining the street, you look down and you actually see these sort of ornate fish swimming around in it. But she eventually leads you into a gate and into a kind of a smaller courtyard, into a building, and you can see the sign out front says the Glazed Lily of Gold.
I knew it! I fucking knew it! Motherfucker! This is actually kind of perfect. Okay, I have an idea.
I can't.
Prince of Charming.
Yeah.
No, I mean, like, I wrote that down when we started going up levels. I'm like, son of a...
Yeah. Yeah.
I was like,
Wait, he's Dash.
I was like,
Good theory.
Yeah, we were making bets. I was like, I think that's my...
I don't know if it's Dash, but we're definitely making
Yeah, we're-
connections
yeah.
inside the Glazed Lily.
I think it's Charming. I think he's behind all of it.
Interesting.
So
Never guarantee he was a slave.
you enter into the lobby, and you see this sort of red velvet carpet, and you know, gold trappings, and like some fine silk curtains decorating it, you know, this little entryway and everything like that. And you can see like some cushioned chairs and like a sort of waiting area that's currently empty. But you see, you know, ahead of you a sort of you know, desk, a standing desk of sorts. What am I looking for? A front desk, like
Reception?
yeah, reception desk, but like kind of elevated, so he's standing with a very well dressed gray tiefling, you know, who greets you as you enter, and Misa walks in, and you know, she says, "We need to see him," and he kind of regards her for a second and regards the group, and the prince is entertaining appointments for the end of summer. And she's like, "Tell him, give him a message, if you'd be so kind." And she kind of like looks nervously around, is like, "The peanut butter is drying up." And the guy kind of gives her a curious look, but obviously trained in high-level diplomacy of like dealing with the uber wealthy, just kind of, you know, very quickly masks it, and "I will relay the message. Please make yourself comfortable while you wait."
Thank you.
And you know, he disappears to the back, and you see another kind of servant come out, you know, very nicely dressed, and you know, with a pitcher of water and a tray of glasses, and offers if you would like some water.
Sure.
So whoever wants to.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's very clean, clear, fresh, cold water.
Not drinking it.
Nope. Not touching anything.
Fair.
You see a slight shade of pink in Stoics Gray.
What does that mean? Is that anger?
Nope.
Jealousy?
Nope.
Oh.
All right. So
Anything.
after a few minutes, the guy returns and goes back to Misa and says, "You may enter." And she leads you inside. So as you enter, he leads you into. Based on the ceiling, which is vaulted and large, you kind of get the impression that this is a very large room. But you can't tell for sure because there are long, like, curtains and silk hangings and things like that all over the place, kind of creating this strange, almost a maze, but it's sort of a like artificial privacy of like different areas and coves and different things like that of this room. And as you walk through it, you can see there are just cushions and food and drink and lots of very well dressed people just sort of talking and hanging out. You can see some of them playing games and like party games and talking and laughing and everything like that.
Is everyone kind of dressed conservatively, or are there some, like, scantilously clad people? Just
Make a
saucy check.
make a sausage check.
make a perception or insight check, whichever one you prefer.
I don't think I'm good at either. Used to be good at insight.
I would also even allow an intelligence check if you prefer that, but I don't think you're much better off there either.
But I don't think you're that smart.
I mean,
Trying to say it nicely.
It's a 3, probably, plus not much. So,
Yep.
Yeah.
Can you tell if they're saucy?
my perception is, that would make it a 2.
I mean, it's a variety of dress. You are definitely seeing
Oh man.
less clothing than the typical like wealthy person you've encountered,
Okay.
just by nature of the environment.
Because it's hot. It's warmer.
Yeah, it's a very. It doesn't seem like they're intentionally going for like a like it's a sex party or something like that. It's like
Okay.
they just seem like it's like a lot of like exposed midriffs or shorter skirts or things like that that are just the nature of living in a enormously hot environment that they're typically going to dress cooler, at least when they're inside.
I know you didn't say this,
that
but
didn't help.
I picture them playing ping pong.
What?
You see a variety of games. I mean, like I said, some of them are just party games that don't seem to implement any. They're just them talking and playing, and then there's some that are like dice or some that are.
And they get croquet.
A little bit of ale pong or
Yeah.
yeah.
So, as you guys enter, you come around the corner into what looks like, kind of toward the back of this enormous room. You enter and see kind of the what looks like a larger area. And it should be noted, all these people, you just get the impression that they're just people who don't have a care in the world, who are, just in the lap of luxury and like nothing else exists. And there's lots of booze, lots of just rich food, lots of...
They don't care about us coming in.
There's definitely some curious glances, but they interestingly don't seem as interested in you as some of the other people throughout the city. Like they've seen these are like cosmopolitan types that have seen, or at least want to appear like they've seen a lot. And,
Gotcha.
like they're not fazed by the unusual and that sort of thing. So you do get some curious glances, but there's something to make an insight check.
Nat 20.
Okay.
There you go.
So there's a couple interesting things with a with a nat 20. One is that their curiosity doesn't seem to be like you're a threat or anything of that nature, and not overwhelmed by like the weirdness of your group. It's more of a curious. It's hard to put into words, but it's almost like a hunger, like a. I wonder what kind of entertainment you could be. Kind of, are you going to be interesting?
Yeah. I mean, we've encountered that before, so they're not that hungry about us or that like.
No, it's like an.
Desire?
Yeah, but not
Not sexual.
like you think. It's
Yeah.
like it's just very strange.
Well, because
it's just a
was
very
like interested in us.
she was like flirty and
Right.
she was curious and she was interested in all that kind of stuff. This is
They're rich
a
and
little
bored.
more laid back. Like, wonder if this could be another source of entertainment.
Yeah.
more like
Very
a power
detached,
play.
very
They're rich and bored.
almost sociopathic in their like.
Yeah.
Power
Yeah.
play.
But curiously, since you got a nat 20, as you look and walk past these different people, they all also seem to have this weird energy about them, like none of them are the ones in charge. And like they're all here for someone else.
Gotcha.
Um,
Okay.
so, so as you enter this main area, you notice a few different things at once. So I'm going to narrate them as a couple of different people notice a couple of different things. So, okay. So, Zenoa, you first.
Shield your eyes.
So, as attention is for the group is kind of go in a couple of different directions. You're the first to notice him. And you see sitting at the back on a very slightly kind of elevated area with just cushions and blankets and all that kind of stuff, sitting on a chair that for all the world looks like a throne. Obviously not a throne, but meant to look like a throne, and surrounded by these several women and a couple of other guys kind of standing off to the side paying attention. You see easily the most attractive man you've ever seen. It doesn't even matter if his facial features are typically what you like. There is something about him that just like makes your heart skip a beat. It's like there's something wild about him. Like he could show you things. And he's exotic with this sort of
That's great.
yeah, so he kind of sits like kind of slouched back as one of the women is kind of whispering in his ear, and he doesn't seem all that interested, and just kind of vaguely paying attention to her with with his hand on his chin, and you see just this kind of pale, flawless skin with this almost glowing blonde hair. As he's kind of looking around, and it's like he's like so beautiful he's intimidating. And there's like a presence that's like, you don't know if it's magical or if it just is him, you don't know, but there is something about him. The rest of you have a little bit of a different reaction. You definitely feel this presence, well, except for you. You feel this in a similar way, but not necessarily the attraction part. But you definitely feel this kind of weird presence about this guy. The rest of you just know him as Sithris.
Motherfucker! We are so fucked! We are never getting this man on our side! Oh shit, fuck!
Go away!
You
Get out of here!
all the pink has been faded from Stoic.
God damn it!
You're
And
just not.
he's just.
Oh, we're so fucked! We're
I definitely.
so fucked!
Bear looks at you like.
and you just see annoyance and confusion.
Yeah.
Oh. Slight hope. Nope. But also like, I'm gonna have to eat a bag of dicks or something to make this one right.
Oh man.
And I start. Wait.
Well, hold on.
You're I was gonna try and move behind her.
He's not here.
I'll show you. He has this kind of relatively short, feathered blonde hair that's vaguely almost like anime hair in a sense. It's like this perfectly feathered hair with these eyes that are, they literally look like green emeralds, like set into a sea of milk. It is like unusually stunning eyes. And I've actually got an illustration.
Don't bring this man
Picture
up.
cloud.
Do it.
Oh, here we go.
Let's still show
Oh, that's a dirty street.
on the map.
Move from the map here.
Dirty street.
Yes.
Just.
There he is.
What happened to his girlfriend? What's going on?
Rhythm.
He's not doing anything wrong.
Yep. So, while this is happening, Bear,
Uh-oh.
you notice off to the side, kind of close by where you are, you see this kind of small table without chairs next to it, like just a very small table, and on it is what looks like a large, what looks sort of like a belled martini glass,
Okay.
kind of half full of this weird greenish liquid.
Okay.
And sprawled in this liquid is a pixie
I
with
knew
her
it.
head kind of laid back, half submerged in this
gosh.
liquid.
Storm's alive.
I immediately go straight to Storm.
Okay.
Storm! Is that you?
You see her head kind of like loll up to you and kind of blink, and there's a lot of you.
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Are you real?
Yeah, and I put out a finger to like take her hand, like, yo, I'm right here. Hey, Storm.
She just kind of bats your finger a little bit,
yeah.
and then like kind of like moves herself up, like in kind of wobbling up, standing up in the glass, and you see her wings kind of flap, and it takes a couple of times, like as alcohol just sort of sprays everywhere. And she kind of takes up in the air, sort of wobbles forward, and then just like plants herself into your chest as like
Kinda
splatters alcohol on you.
I'll cradle a little bit.
Hi.
Storm, it is so good to see you. Like, I turn her around, like, and look, Easy, Stoic, Asura. We got 2 new friends. Look, that's Zenoa, that's Seric.
Just saying everyone's name in this room.
Yep.
Does not give a fuck.
Guys, look at Storm.
Y'all have duplicates.
Guys, look, it's Storm. I found Storm.
Easy.
Okay.
Yes.
Off to the other side, a little bit further away from you, you notice another one of those areas that's curtained off in a way to like almost look like its own little room set off from this one, and kind of through the draping curtains you see another group of women surrounding a little table with a small light metallic blue dragon with like multicolored butterfly wings that look like they're made out of stained glass.
That's my boy, right?
Is this the pseudo dragon?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
That's my boy.
Oh, shit. What is happening?
And you see him.
That's my
You
shadow
see
effect,
these.
dude.
Yep.
I'm a soul for that guy.
You see these women like feeding him from like a bowl, and you see him like feeding him bugs, like these little bugs, like these little weird beetles.
Okay.
As 2 others have these little rags and are like polishing his scales, and you just hear him at one point, just like his eyes half closed. He's like, "Oh yeah, don't be afraid to get aggressive."
I'm so glad you're with me on this.
You should be able to see yourself in them, which would be the most beautiful thing I could wear. The girls just sort of giggle.
Then he started to talk.
Yeah.
I can't.
This is a big reunion.
Did I ever meet that pseudo dragon, or was it just stoic?
No,
No,
we
all met him.
Yeah,
No,
we
okay,
tried
okay.
to convince him to
You
come
left
with
them
us.
at the
true.
grave of the Azure Grove.
We left Briar behind.
I remember now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Briar left behind. Why couldn't we have found Briar? So,
Hold on, there's 3 more people.
but I ended up with the pseudo dragon when we escaped.
Yeah.
Correct.
And then-
Remember, it was you. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Shadowfell and
So he owes me one, at least. Oh, I'm gonna do
What was his name again?
Did we ever get it?
Prism.
Yeah.
Prism. Okay.
Good.
Ah, and I turn around and I grab Stoic.
You never know.
I grab Stoic and I turn around and say, I think there's someone else you might know here as well. And I go and I kind of pull him over and I show him to the way there. Isn't that your buddy there that you found? That you saved, yeah. That almost lost your soul for, yeah.
I take like 3 steps closer. I remember you.
Well, so before you do that, like as you guys are taking in this site, one of the last things that Asura you would have noticed is like you can see on the wall not far as you entered, you saw a sign that looked like it was like a plaque almost of like metal, like with kind of engraved, and you could see there was like rules, like rules of the establishment of how to conduct yourself, like rules of etiquette and that sort of thing in the establishment. And you see that someone has sloppily painted over it with like the words "fairy law applies."
Oh
Oh, we're so much. We're so much.
And you see
All right.
at this point, Sithris sitting up on that throne notices you guys enter, and you see him kind of sit up a little bit, and like almost like kind of wave off the girl who was trying to talk to him, and he's like, "Well, this night just got a lot more interesting." And do you guys approach? Like,
Yeah.
I definitely do.
I thought that was gonna be a hit. That's the end.
I
of
thought
it.
too. I thought
Yeah, we were waiting. We all paused.
Listen.
We're waiting for the pause.
Chaos is ensuing. Everyone is going every direction. I walk straight up to him. I kneel, and I say, "The Prince of Charming."
Yes. About time someone addressed me with, respect, garnered to me. Should be, at least. A lot better than last we left. And you hear one of the girls kind of, like, whisper to him, like, "Who is this?" And he's like, "Oh, yes, my, bad. This little group is known as, I believe it was the Foibles." Yeah.
Everything he says, I correct immediately. Like, under my breath.
And he just kind of waves you off, like, "Don't pay attention, he's a liar." But this liar here's name is Bodacious.
Bear with me.
He claims to be a giant, but don't be fooled.
Goliath.
I think he's actually a dwarf that's been stretched.
Not true.
That might be why he was rejected when he tried to join the Bear Brigade. But we know he did his best.
Son of a bitch.
I know, it still hurts. Bless your heart.
I like shield story.
Don't listen to him.
This is my favorite goat lady. Her name is Albatross. He kind of looks at one of the ladies, like, and leans in. He's like, yes, I know. The name never made any sense to me either. She doesn't seem very bird-like. But, maybe it was aspirational. Maybe her parents wanted a bird or wished maybe that maybe her parents were part bird and hoped that she would be more, I don't know, more feathers than hair. Just so much hair. You wouldn't believe it. She could take off her clothes and you wouldn't even know. And this gentleman here is Eensy Weensy,
At your service.
a magical lawyer. So, if any of you are in trouble with the law, and I know some of us always are, you should definitely seek out his services immediately. And you definitely see some people around the room kind of like sit up, like interested.
I believe it's court visit is Incy Beansy.
Yes. You know, he is your man, or whatever he is.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Yes.
And
This right here is my best friend and a womanizer named Vexatious.
That's not valid.
Though he's apparently decided to change his hair.
He doesn't even know it's a different person. He doesn't even know it's not even close to the same person.
Skin color must be a new chapter in his life. I don't know. Anyway, he was my only competition in wherever it was we were. So, you stay away from him. You know, and here's you had said like his name is different or whatever. That's not Valen,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And he's like, oh well, great. You know, I've changed my name many a times as well, for many different reasons. You know, many of them think my name's Alzador or something. I don't know.
Right.
Yes.
Sure.
And I'm sorry, you there. There's a gentleman out front who can take your name down and put you in queue to be one of the admirers. If you'd like to book an appointment, you can.
Okay. She like catches herself like, I need to chill out. Okay, I'll look into that.
God, I wish I could read thoughts.
Seriously.
All right,
She's with us.
you're with them,
Yep.
Indeed, yeah.
but why?
Solve the question.
I don't know. You know them?
Oh yes, intimately.
Not that kind of intimately.
Yeah, I'm with them. And you are?
Oh, well, I'm Cithrus. At least that's how they know me.
It's nice to meet you.
And you can see, even as he's talking, there is something different about him. He is the Cithrus that you know, but there is something more palpable about his aura, like something different. And you know, like everything that he was has been like turned up.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Extra.
And well, last but not least, we have Stoic Songsteel.
Man knows you by name.
And he kind of like eyes you for a second. Then, drinks, whatever they want, you know, and for that gentleman, whatever he wants, get him the absolute best, top shelf of whatever it is he wants, and then poison it. And you see, like, the young serving girl, like, and turns to hurry off.
It's been a long time.
Not long enough. For you, but for the rest of you, varying degrees of hello.
It is a pleasure to see you again. And I honestly mean that.
Yes, you do.
How's the conch?
The what?
The gift I gave you, yeah? The conch?
Oh, you mean the shell?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, the conch.
Oh, I just know it as a shell. Like, conch? It's actually been very useful. At least once. Helped me get out of a nuisance contract. You know, but that's a long story.
I'm glad to hear that.
You know, signed a lot of contracts since coming here. This place is wonderful.
How's the Grove?
Oh, you know, it's the same as it always is. Comings and goings, and good for the most part, I suppose. Never changing,
How's
except for the
Lyric?
people. Lyric? Oh, Lyric. Ah, the memory is like a song in my heart. I'm sure she's wonderful.
Did it work out for the two of you?
What do you mean?
Your love for her.
Well, my love will always work. Always be present, and from now until eternity, or however long I live. Whichever comes first.
Indeed.
How long have you been here in Taratha?
You know, a while?
It's like not yesterday or the day before, but like
No,
before that.
yeah, before that. Sometime.
Right.
Yeah.
I can't remember your girl's name. I'm not gonna say.
I'm
that.
not saying her name.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
very.
I do.
No, do not say her
I'm
name
not
out
gonna- I
loud.
remember it now.
Do not say her name out loud.
How was you know, where you came from? Everybody good over there?
Oh, I mean, yes. I mean, it's like I said, people come and go, but it's mostly the same. Mother makes sure things are good in that place.
You seem different since last we saw each other.
Do I?
Something more about you than there was before.
More what? Handsome, clever.
Yeah? Well, both? All of the above?
Well, thank you. You're very flattering.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had a lot of fun since we parted ways. Been a lot of different places, met a lot of different people and things and beings, and then I came here. And this place, I have to say, well, and he kind of like looks around suddenly and he's like, why don't we walk?
Sure.
Let's.
Indeed.
And he, you know, he walks and starts leading you outside, like through a little side door, which you can see opens out into like this, what looks like this kind of garden area that seems to be suspended, like overlooking the rest of the city and out, you know, this view out into the dunes. And as you guys leave, you see the serving girl coming back with glasses, like, doesn't really know what to do as you.
I just go, which one is Stoics?
And she takes a glass.
I
And,
take the other one. Thank you.
Take a glass as well, not the one you've got in your hand. Just take a glass and
okay. She's just kind of left standing there with it.
walk outside, drinking.
Yep.
Whatever's in there.
Yep.
You know. And so he walks out and you see him relax just a little bit, like he's got some sort of persona going on inside, and but still mostly just him. And you know, he walks out and he's like, "Oh, you! Why didn't you tell me this place was as wonderful as it is? I have not had this much fun since, well, maybe ever. This is a blast. I have done so much. This place, you can get almost anything you want. You just have to, like, sign the right contract with the right person. You can get anything. I've made so many contacts with so many different creatures and people, and devils are my favorite. You can do almost anything you want as long as you sign a contract. They'll do anything for the right contract. You wouldn't believe how many times I've sold my soul. And oh my goodness, they're so easy to get out of. It's just unbelievable. Like, one of my moments of proudness was to sign it simultaneously to two different devils and get them to fight each other over it. And by fighting over it, absolve me of that contract. That was a clever bit of wordsmithing, if I do say so myself. And Storm is just like, struggling to recover as she's like, seeing being held by you. She's like, it's true. You just have to know how to negotiate. Put in cat. And so there's like caveats, and that's it. It's like, yeah, you just put in something ridiculous in the clause of these things, like saying that I'll be absolved if a one-legged, one-armed satyr were to appear and perform an off-tune rain dance in front of everyone. Then the satyr will be given a week-long feast, and I will be absolved from the contract. Let me tell you, my good friend Hopper had one heck of a week.
Not a one satyr named Hopper. I hate that so much.
I love every bit of it.
Storm is just like, tell him about the mushroom. And, oh, yes, I love this one. This was, if a mushroom grows and covers all of Tiratha with its shadow, all of the city touches its shadow, then I will be absolved. And so I took a large mushroom with a witness in hand and walked or flew across the city and just covering various parts of it with the shadow until, after a very long time, I realized I could just fly up and make the shadow bigger and save myself a lot of time, which is what I did, and that's how I got out of it.
We could have used him a long time ago.
Why?
Don't want to talk about it.
Sorry, sore subject. We probably should bring it up.
We've
Did you
never
have some
been
trouble with the devil? Please tell me it was him. Happy Cladder Day to me. Oh my goodness. That is a glorious news. I hope it worked out horribly. I hope you are suffering to this day.
Oh, I've got my soul back.
Well, I hope it cost you everything. I hope that soul is ragged and torn and destroyed and barely recovered. But anyway,
Oh man.
if I had known that you were in such a predicament, I could have helped you. But even then, I just didn't have the time or the children's writing implements to explain it to you. So, yes.
Is Mira with us?
Misa.
Misa?
Yeah, she's kind of following behind, just kind of staying, letting you guys. She's a little confused by this
Yep.
reunion, apparently.
Citrus, you said you have many names around here. Is one of them Medasa?
Oh, are they still calling me that old name? Yes, of course it was, at least.
Are you still the Medasa?
I suppose that's what they started calling me, yeah. If they're still calling me, then yes.
You do know what the Medasa means, yes?
Yes, of course.
Do you?
No.
Medasa means emancipator. One who saves those who have been enslaved, frees them.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
You've been freed.
Why don't they just call it emancipator? Why invent some other word?
It's not an invention, it's the word to be used here. It's the native language.
But if it means emancipator, just say what it means.
Medasa means emancipator, and you do it in the native tongue. Say Medasa.
Then just say what it means. I don't understand how this is. It's like you're thinking so fast you've outrun thought.
Listen, I'm very good at that.
Yes, well, anyway, yes, some people seem to have attached themselves to me and some of my activities and started calling me names and, Well, I mean, they're quite flattering names, so I, accept. I didn't protest too much.
So you're not actively trying to help an uprising in the city. You just did it.
Do I actively do anything, even the things I do?
No, you don't. But do you know how fundamentally, foundationally, earth-shatteringly changing this will cause this entire city?
Fundamentally. Listen, you're a godly type, and you look like, yes?
Oh, thank you.
Yes. I have heard of a spell that people like yourselves can cast called Guiding Butt. Can you do that?
Bolt. Guiding bolt. Like a bolt of energy.
Like a cloth?
No, like energy.
Oh,
shoot
that's
them.
a lot less interesting.
Oh,
Well, look, ever since coming to this place, my mind has opened up to all sorts of possibilities. It's wonderful. Did you know there is an entire district in this city of people who can turn into houses?
really?
Yes, I don't really know how it works yet. I don't know if it's like a full moon or like
What?
how that works. Do you know? Is it they turn into houses on a full moon, like with wolves?
I'm not familiar with this particular level of the city.
Are you familiar with the local drugs here? Is it partake?
I would be, but they don't have terrible amount of effect on me. I don't really need it.
So they turn into houses.
Could you be more
Really?
specific?
I don't know if they're houses. They're awfully big, but there's a whole district of them.
They just are once one thing and then become
Yes, and people
houses.
like bring like shipments of goods and feed them. It's really weird.
A warehouse district.
Yeah, warehouse.
The warehouse.
Oh my god.
Took you way too long.
Yeah.
It took me that
I
long
really
too.
did not put
No,
that together.
no, I was not thinking that on that level.
They are actually created as warehouses. They don't become ones. They are always warehouses. They don't-
Oh, okay. So they weren't like bitten by a house, and
No. No,
okay, they have to be
By
born
other
that way.
warehouses.
Yeah, of course. It is.
Okay.
It's genetic.
Yeah.
Got it. Very interesting.
Yes, and a lot of things get consumed by the warehouses. They also spit out a lot of things too.
Well, I haven't seen a house vomit. That would be really interesting.
It's an unorthodox sort of vomit. It requires additional support from other people. They can't just do it on their own. They need like guidance and
like
help.
Sticking a finger down their throats
Absolutely, exactly like
when they're
that.
too drunk. Got it.
Sure. Yes, if that's the metaphor that keeps you understanding the concept of a warehouse, absolutely.
Oh. Gotcha. Well, anyway, yes, I've been freeing people. It's sort of against Fey nature for people to be enslaved. It's, freedom is how everything should be that's alive. So it's one little aspect of this city that I'm not very fond of.
So you'd like
And
to,
it has been a blast disrupting their little world.
there's a way that you can continue to do that.
Well, yes, there's lots of ways. And I continue to exploit them as much as I can.
We actually know somebody that could be another fun way to exploit that. They're actually someone who have always wanted to see you. And I feel like perhaps the two of you could work together, or you can make her sign a contract, I don't really know. And you could continue to disrupt that flow, because you could give the freed people access to tools that they can continue to help other people to be free.
I see. And
And
Would you get in return?
well, I mean, with bargaining, right?
Bargaining's a
My
strong
nudge
word.
stoic.
I'm just coming up with creative ideas, spitballing, thinking out loud.
I think there's some things that you'd enjoy that to come from you. As a negotiating part. Fairy law, yeah.
He like as you're walking through this garden, which is again beautiful. Just there are flowers that almost seem out of season, even like that you never see in the desert, like just all over the place, and fruit trees and all kinds of stuff. As you pass by a kind of a little bit of a brighter lantern, as at one point he kind of turns around as he's walking, kind of walks backward as he talks to you, and he suddenly puts his arms out and stops. Wait a second. You're missing something.
I am. Seems like I found something just in time to lose something else.
Oh my. Who did you take off?
I mean, can you be more specific?
You really are a terrible person, you know?
It's kind of a long list.
Oh, man.
But I have my suspicions. On this one, I suspect it to be the Great Fair one.
Oh, right. The one that you stole from after we had arranged a bargain with to help all those different fey creatures throughout the realm that you also reneged on your deal with. That Great Furred one. The arch-fey that you picked a fight with completely unprovoked. Did they tell you that story?
Speaking of which, how I noticed all these flowers and fruit trees. That's an awful lot of
He's
pollination.
not paying attention to you at all. Did they tell you this story about how...
Not in detail.
Oh my goodness.
It's a good one.
I think I have a story to tell you about your friends and just how horrible they can be. And that's where we're going to end tonight.
We're so fucked.
boy.
We're so fucked.
Oh, damn.
I was trying to keep my mouth shut the whole time. You had to just pull me in. Like,
I didn't
draw attention to Stoic.
The shadow thing, that's on him.
It
He rolled,
is.
he rolled perception on it.
I had been like,
And he's a fae. He pays attention to that
pays
stuff.
attention to
I'm
weird
aware.
stuff. Yeah.
I had been doing everything. Stoic had been doing everything he could to bite his tongue and just like, not gonna punch him in the face. Not gonna punch him in the face.
Punch him in the face?
Don't punch that
Did
face.
you hear all the insults?
He owes you a punch in the face.
What did I do to him?
He's gonna tell you next week.
Well, that wasn't to him. That was like, man, in that one move, we insulted like 12
Also,
different
this
people.
wee thing. Quit throwing that wee thing out here.
That was.
Seric wasn't even there for that.
Who? Oh, I'm gonna watch that episode again. Who got the last blow on the bee?
The last one, I had no idea.
Did
Hit
you?
the bee at the end and killed
You
it.
made this guy mad?
No, we killed
The Queen of Bees.
We killed the Queen of Bees, which is
I
why
didn't know if he knew about it and he was like, no,
it's why he brought up that like people have been talking about the fact that
Yeah.
like the bees are disappearing.
Yep. Yep.
A little awkward there.
I mean,
Oh,
it's an awful lot of flowers and fruit trees for no bees. That's all I'm saying.
You remember the picture of that right now?
I didn't think we were going to get here tonight. This is great.
Oh man.
That fucking dragon.
Prism?
Dude.
Next week's going to be fun.
Yep. It's like a reunion show.
I
Seriously.
threw everything to hell to attack and free these animals.
Oh yeah.
And then I was like, this is so sweet. I'm going to befriend them and I'm going to have a new companion. And then it started to talk. And I was like, and they were all like, oh, he's so great. And I was like, And I just kind of was trying to leave him behind. I was like, oh man.
There's a lot that happened in that very small part of time. Like a lot that that was game changing.
Yes. Unbelievably game changing.
And we were way too early in the campaign to even know the ramifications.
We were just a bunch of bumblefucks like, we're in the
I mean,
Feywild!
we still are, but this was like so much worse.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was crazy episodes.
Like
Anyway,
it's cause and consequence in D&D.
well, we'll find out next week.
Yep, I know.
So, we will be back next week to see how these conversations with their reunited quote-unquote friends go, and see how they progress their way through Tirotha and these problems that are before them. So, see you next week, guys.